I would like to welcome you all very warmly this afternoon to this Tarja Halonen Global Sustainability Foundation and SASK. Before introducing the speakers, I would like to say some practicalities, and I will say those in Finnish. Ensiksi täällä on tulkkaus, englanti, suomi, suomi, englanti. Voitte käyttää kumpaa tahansa kieltä. Headsettejä oli tuossa sisäänkäynnin vieressä jaossa. Jos teillä ei ole ja tarvitsette, niin kannattaa käydä hakemassa. Kaikki julkiset puheenvuorot pitää käyttää mikrofoniin sekä tulkkauksen takia, mutta myös sen takia, että tämä striimataan suorana ja myös tallennetaan YouTubeen. Eli nämä striimaukset vaativat sen, että te puhutte mikrofoniin, että myös puhe tallentuu nauhalle ja on näkyvissä. Ja toisin kuin ehkä useissa seminaareissa, täällä me kannustamme pitämään puhelimet auki sillä edellytyksellä, että osallistutte Twitter-keskusteluun. Täällä on hashtagit näkyvissä, eli näihin saa osallistua, mutta jos ette aio osallistua keskusteluun ja muutenkin, pankaa äänet pois niistä puhelimista, jos saa tämmöistä toivoa. Okay, and then I have the honor to introduce the speakers, but before that I'm very honored to say that we are organizing this event together with President Halonen and her foundation, and as most of us know, President Halonen has been very active on the decent work issues already during quite many years, and we have been working together with SASK in some of these topics, and I think this was a very good momentum for us to organize this seminar together. So thank you, Tarja Halonen, for joining us and organizing this type of event. Before I give the floor to Tarja Halonen, I think I should also welcome very warmly our keynote speaker, Mr. Guy Ryder, Secretary General of the ILO. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Lindström, who is also here commenting and taking part of the discussion of this first session of today. We will have two sessions today. The first session is this three presentations, and then after that we have a joint discussion here, and after the discussion there is a coffee break, and after the coffee break, during the coffee break there is a press conference, so if there is a need and people from media who wants to attend that, it's on the cabinet next door. And after that we are having the second session of this seminar, which is a panel, and we will tell more about that after the coffee break. So once again, very warmly welcome, and Tarja Halonen, floor is yours.
I'm a little bit bigger. Okay, fine. So, Director General Guy Ryder, Minister Jari Lindström, ladies and gentlemen, we have so many distinguished people here today as speakers, as panelists, and in the audience that I will not name you all. Thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing your expertise to this seminar on decent work in the era of the sustainable development. I'm really happy that we have representation from many key sectors of the Finnish society here present today: the government, labor organizations, private companies, academia, and NGOs. NGOs such as SASK, which is a co-organizer of this seminar, as you know. So it has been already sent the welcoming words, but it is a great pleasure also to host the Director General of the International Labour Organization and have the Director Vice Professor Fintar here with us representing the United Nations. After all, the UN is the father and the mother of these SDGs. So sustainable development needs all of us. In order for us to be able to deliver on the promises of the Sustainable Development Goals and decent work in particular, we need to act together nationally and globally. So, dear friends, the adoption of the Agenda 2030 in New York last September was the beginning of a new era. Finally, world leaders agreed that the development in order to be sustainable needs to be built on three pillars: the social, the economic, and the ecological. These three dimensions are inseparable and they support each other. So, in other words, if one pillar is neglected, the other two will not endure. We moved from the 1990s Rio Agenda, what I still remember, to the Millennium Development Goals, and we have now formulated an agenda that is new and bold and transformative. The SDGs differ from the past in that they are very comprehensive. Their implementation is the responsibility of every country on this planet. Their success depends on a multi-stakeholder approach, and much effort will be invested in the review and follow-up process. So it's different than what was the MDGs. The agenda with 17 goals, 169 targets, and a list of about 230 indicators is not legally binding, but it carries a great moral weight. It has the potential to become, for the 21st century, what the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was for the 20th century. So now every nation has the responsibility and the right to implement sustainable development. Everyone will benefit from it. It is a positive sum game where we have to focus on both national and global implementation. The SDGs require resources and investment, but the payback will be considerable. The goals reinforce each other and the benefits multiply as progress is made. The more committed and holistic our approach is, the more we will gain. The SDGs are a very smart investment. The private sector, civil society, and the academia will be key partners to governments. Societies will also have to involve their own marginalized and vulnerable populations in this work, not only as beneficiaries, but also as proactive participants. We have overused a lot of the resources of this planet, yes, but the social and human capital of particularly women, youth, and the poor is still largely unused, untapped. That is where the new partnerships and the momentum for the effective implementation lies. We know that the world is faced with the great challenges: poverty, inequality, conflicts, natural disasters, ecological degradation, also biodiversity, continued gender disparities, population growth, and the lack of the decent livelihoods, just to name few of them, seriously affect the well-being of both people and our planet. Now it is a question of political will to implement the Agenda 2030. So, dear friends, the focus of our discussion today is decent work within the context of the SDG agenda. So I know that it is a topic maybe less covered in the mass media than some others, but nevertheless extremely important, and it touches us all wherever we may live. It is one of the key questions. Employment is a key aspect of our lives. Work is important for both individuals and the society as a whole, in Finland, as we know, and we have discussed the whole winter, and elsewhere. The importance of decent work cannot be separated from the other SDGs. Employment enhances standards of living, growth and well-being. But as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, has said, work is more than the source of income, it is a source of dignity. The ILO defines decent work as involving in the working place and the social protection for families. It provides better prospects for personal development and also for social integration. Freedom for people to express their concerns. It's organize and participate in the decisions that affect their lives. So decent work also treats women and men equally. A long time ago, you might allow it for the little bit older person, I remember in those times. When I was a co-chair in the World Commission on the social dimension of the globalization in 2004, a key aspect that emerged was the need to provide decent work for all, and it was central to addressing poverty and hunger. In 2008, a new target was added afterwards to the MDG 1 on ending poverty and hunger. Now that we have agreed on the SDGs, decent work and its 4 dimensions, employment creation, social protection, rights at work, and social dialogue became an integral element of the new agenda just from the beginning. So decent work is highly important in impoverished societies, but it's also so in more developed countries, as all the Finns we know very well. It is notable that the SDGs combine decent work with economic growth. Of course, new jobs normally require growth, but as has been pointed out, growth does not automatically ensure that the quality or the meaningfulness of work, or that the work could contribute to social inclusiveness. Work also has to provide way out of the poverty. So the participation of women, youth, and the poor is still undervalued in the labor markets of many countries. For example, in North Africa and West Asia, the employment rate of the women is about 25%. Youth unemployment is very high also in Europe. An increasing number of the young people enter working life around the world, and it's estimated that we need about 45-50 million new jobs annually for the next 10 years to give employment for the increasing working age population. You could say, whoa, that's the real challenge. Without decent work, we face the risk of radicalization, discontent, unregulated migration, and so forth. We are not immune to these developments in the North either. Our work-related challenges also include an aging population, jobs moving to less expensive countries, salaries that are not enough for decent living, and irregular employment contracts. So anyway, I will make a question. So how do we measure decent work? How do we pinpoint the factors that can be converted into indicators that are measurable and accurate? So I know the ILO has a good indicators, and it has been behind the scenes promoting several indicators of decent work, not only for the SDG number 8, but also other goals. I know very well because I'm also in this work. So a limited number of indicators now exist, and what is most important is that it will be the first time that the decent work with its 4 pillars will be monitored globally. However, there are many challenges on how especially the poorer countries will manage to have all these indicators produced, and there will be a vastly integrated national capacities provide statistical capacities and also provide statistical support. This is just for SASK and for you, the others. So But I would be very interested to hear from the Finnish participants as well as our international guests, Mr. Ryder and Mr. Tarp, about how you would assess the issue of measuring decent work. Our workplace protection, the right to assembly, length of work days, and for instance, environmental factors sufficiently included? Are we just measuring whether people have employment or that the work that they have really decent work? So, dear friends, gender is also a major aspect of decent work. There is no decent work without gender equality. Also within the field of employment, women and girls are at a disadvantaged position. It is utmost importance that the cross-cutting nature of gender is taken seriously and addressed in the implementation of the decent work agenda. We know women face sexual harassment, insecure commute to workplaces, lower wages, worse career opportunities, and they are more prone to work in the grey zones of the labor markets. And still, decent work belongs to all. Finally, I'm very interested to hear what our speakers and panelists have to say today. And I do encourage you, the audience, also to participate in the discussion, both after speeches of this first session and during the panel discussion. So let's make this an interactive seminar. And furthermore, I will encourage you to continue the discussion in working places. This is the most important. So once again, I wish all very welcome once more. And now, please, Minister of Justice and Labour, Jari Lindström, now the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Halonen, Director General Ryder, State Secretary Lehtomäki, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to convey greetings on behalf of the government and to everyone here at this event, which deals with such an important and global theme. I hope this seminar will stimulate lively discussion and perhaps also generate new ideas for promoting sustainable development. As Minister of Justice and Employment, I should say straight away that the latest news on redundancies in Finland has been upsetting. On the other hand, such news also highlights in stark fashion that we can no longer rely on the same means as before if we are to succeed in the global economy. The government is greatly cheered by the announcement that the social partners have achieved the comprehensive outcome in the recently ended negotiation on the competitiveness pact. What is the part about, if not the development of the decent and sustainable work and collaboration based on the trust between different parties? Ladies and gentlemen, Finland, together with the other Nordic and European Union countries, has consistently supported the efforts of the ILO to promote decent work with dignity throughout the world. If we oppose forced labor, child labor, discrimination in the workplace, and violations of the freedom of association and the right of collective bargaining or, for example, dangerous working conditions, this is above all a matter of the human rights of employees. The ILO standards are landmarks with the United Nations, European Union, OECD, and the other international organizations have been able to refer to when wishing is to commit themselves or perhaps their trade partners to respecting fundamental rights in working life. It is important that dignified and decent work has also been incorporated in the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Goal 8 of the agenda is the promotion of inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment and decent work for all. The ILO has a significant role to play the implementation of this goal. To perform dignified and decent work, of course, also requires that you have a job. It is essential, too, that employment perspectives are taken into account when drawing up rules applicable to working life. This applies at the national level, the EU level, and the global level. The creation of growth and jobs in Finland is essential in many of those currently in unemployment are to find work that is dignified and decent. In this regard, it may come as no surprise to anyone that the government hopes that the social partners can support growth through their own decisions and thus also support the opportunities and more unemployment to find dignified and decent work. The government has its own role in terms of its respecting fundamental rights of working life. In this capacity, the government has proposed that the Parliament approve the ILO protocol on forced labour. The aim is that the protocol should be used particularly to intervene in human trafficking that is arranged for the purpose of forced labour. The government supports commitment to the protocol and thus also the ILO's vital work to combat human trafficking targeted at labour exploitation. Finland considers the debate within the ILO on global supply chains to be considerable significance in the efforts to promote dignified work in global supply chains. The ILO, with this tripartite structure, is well able to tune into the views of employees and the businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of work and the world itself are changing at a rapid pace. This is why I believe it is good that the ILO Decent Work Agenda not only has the goals for labour law and poverty reduction, but also includes the perspective of productivity promotion and job creation. The transformation of working life and the general trend in the economy are interlinked. Both also have their own impact on changes occurring in the environment. This is therefore a case of simultaneous economic, social, and ecological development. Different solutions should also aim to take environmental dimension into account. We cannot improve a working life on a sustainable basis without a favorable trend in the economy. And favorable long-term economic growth is, in turn, reliant on working life being of a good standard and quality. The key element of this quality is specifically work that is decent and dignified. In Finland, there has traditionally been considerable trust between government authorities, employers, and employees. This trust capital has acted as a foundation when developing new methods for managing changes in the operating environment. I believe that this will remain the case in future too. In Finland, we consider the key forces influencing change in society to be economic globalization and the related increase in competition, developments in technology, and demographic changes connected with the aging of the population and immigration. All of these have far-reaching effect on the conditions for economic growth, productivity, employment, and equal opportunities for the working age population. We know that Finland will not return to a sustainable growth track if it relies on outmoded industrial and economic structures. Sustainable growth requires a renewal of these structures and the discovery of new sources of growth. A key role will be played by intellectual capital and innovations. Inspiration based on the search of new ideas and on research and learning. This will be evident in the form of new commercial products and services and the methods for producing and providing these. Reform of this kind will not be created through coercion, but through collaboration and by adapting to the world around us. Global development and the global world in which we live bring a lot of opportunity, but, as we know, they also bring shared responsibilities. Finland is one of still a small group of countries that have published a national action plan on the UN guiding principles on businesses and human rights. These UN principles are founded on the duty of the state to protect human rights, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and the availability of corrective measures. In putting the principles into effect in Finland, the authorities, together with businesses, non-governmental organizations, and labor market organizations, have systematically looked for ways amusement chains to production or activity in countries with weak governance. The implementation of the UN principles could also be one of translating decent work into everyday work, especially where businesses and human rights work in transformed from preventing adverse human rights impacts to contributing to the enjoyment of human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall next say a few words about sustainable development and the government's action in this regard. Finland has a long history of promoting sustainable development. The Finnish National Commission on Sustainable Development is, for example, not only such organization in the world to have been operating uninterrupted for more than 20 years. The National Commission is headed by the Prime Minister, which indicates the importance attached to it. The government's aim is to enhance Finland's competitiveness. To do this, we need to rely on expertise, sustainable development, and bold reforms. Another key task of the National Commission is to further the implementation of society commitment to sustainable development, the Finland we want by 2050. According to the strategy set out within the commitment document, businesses must manage the responsibility issues concerning not only their own activities, but also their supply chains. The creation of jobs that accord with the principles of sustainable development will be facilitated by renewing production practices and operating models in Finland, and also abroad through international cooperation. The importance of social responsibility cannot be underestimated. Around the world, a key challenge is working life is posed by the need to adjust to the changes occurring in production structures and technologies in the economy. I would like to draw your attention to a topical example from Finland. Currently before Parliament, it's a citizens' initiative aimed at prohibiting 0 hours contracts. These are employment contracts in which the employer is not committed to offering a minimum number of working hours. Instead, the weekly working hours are in the range of 0 to 40 hours. A typical feature of these contracts is that the employer has the right, but not a duty, to offer work to the employee. The problem for employees is that they are unable to forecast their earnings or the timing of their work opportunities. 0 hours contracts can also be problematic in terms of employment protection. The employer may in reality withdraw from the employment relationship and bypass the protection against dismissal by not offering any work. On the other side of the scales is the fact that the employers will continue to have a periodic, short-term, unforeseeable need for labor. It is important now and in the future that the employers should seek to cover this type of labor needs by means of employees with employment contracts. Nevertheless, with the shortcomings of 0 hours contracts in mind, a solution should be sought whereby the rights and the responsibilities of a contractual relationship would be balanced between the parties, with the contractually based expectations secured and the scope for evading employment protection reduced. These issues will not, no doubt, be assessed when the citizens' initiative is discussed in the autumn. I think this example of 0 hours contracts illustrates well the change in employment practices and the impact on this on the way work is done and on the contractual systems in the labor market. The nature of work is changing, and the way in which those offering their labor and those purchasing labor come together is changing. Work as such will not disappear, but will instead be performed in different ways and in different places than before. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now return to the point I raised at the start. Why is decent work a key part of global sustainable development? In a global context, Finland ranks quite well when you measure the different aspects of decent work. Finland must, though, ensure that there is decent work in this country in the future too, and must also assist in ensuring decent work in its international dealings as well. There is no doubt scope for businesses consider the following, combined with their social responsibility teams, to be the most significant in Finland. 1. Employment practices. 2. Fair operating practices. And 3. Environmental issues. The importance of human rights has also grown, but is still fairly low. As I have said, I believe that decent work and sustainable development are also essential for competitiveness in national economy. The weakening of the dependency ratio associated with the change in demographic structure is of such a scale in Finland that we need to find new, more productive means by which to function and operate. The country's economic prosperity is dependent on how much work is done and how productively it is done. Economic growth can only be achieved in the future through productivity growth. This is why I see the globalization of work rather as an opportunity than a threat for a nation that is small but is also skilled and creative and respects human dignity. In conclusion, making use of the skills, participation and work input of everyone is important for democracy and sustainable development. By doing this, we can build the Finland and world of the future that we are striving for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Lindström. And now I have the honor to invite our keynote speaker, Director General of the ILO, Kai Ryder.
President Hallinen, Minister Lindström, representatives of the social partners, dear friends, I thought coming to Finland I should enter into the spirit of things taking place in your country. So before coming here I signed a non-competitiveness pact with the Minister, which means I won't be speaking longer than him, but I will try to be as interesting as all of the things he said, which I welcome very much. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let me say what a pleasure it is to be here at the invitation of President Hallinen and her foundation and the SASK. President Hallinen has, as you're all aware, and she's made some reference to it, particularly her co-chairing of the Global Commission on the Social Dimensions of Globalization, has contributed an enormous amount to the work of the ILO over recent years. And somehow I see the discussion we are having here today, the role of decent work, the place of decent work in the 2030 agenda, as a natural continuation, in some ways a product of the work that President Hallinen was so instrumental in bringing about. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to say a few words in this important discussion. Now, I understand it's been a busy week last week in Finland. You had a lot of conferences and a lot of interesting things have been said and done. Don't think in the ILO we were just sitting around doing nothing, because we had our annual conference as well over the last 2 weeks, as we always do in June. And one of the major features of a conference, which I think was important, I think it was a good conference, we discussed global supply chains, we discussed the role of decent work in getting countries out of conflict, out of natural disasters. But perhaps one of the central debates, and it's most relevant to our discussion this afternoon, was the discussion on what we call at the ILO the End to Poverty Centenary Initiative. And this is the ILO's contribution to the implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I produced my report to conference. I think it's been distributed to participants. And in our plenary session in the conference, nearly 300 representatives from governments, from employers and workers around the world made their contributions and spoke about what they think the ILO should be doing in respect of the 2030 Agenda's implementation. And perhaps more importantly, those government worker and employer representatives from around the world said what they intended to do in respect of the implementation of the agenda. And I want to come back to why I think that is so important later in what I have to say, because I consider absolutely essential national ownership of this agenda. And not only national ownership, but national tripartite ownership of the agenda. I want to come back to that in a few. The overarching goal of the 2030 Agenda, and you're all aware of it, is the eradication of extreme poverty in the world. One more quote from my boss, Ban Ki-moon. He said, "This is the first generation in history which has the opportunity to make poverty history. At the same time, it's the last generation which has the chance to save the planet." It's an interesting combination of two of the objectives of the agenda. But the ILO estimates that 57% of those who today live in extreme poverty are of working age. They are working people. And they account for 12% of the total working age population. And if you take the slightly broader threshold of moderate poverty, then there are 1/3 of the working age people in the world are living in poverty, that moderate poverty. Now, the conclusion we have to draw from that rather harsh reality is that ending poverty and promoting decent work are two sides of the same coin. We believe that by putting decent work, I can't say it in Finnish, but SDG 8 at the centre of the 2030 Agenda, the international community has recognised something which the ILO has been arguing for a long time. that decent work is both the major instrument to make development happen and also, in effect, the central objective of sustainable development. And I think the 2030 Agenda brings about that idea very, very well indeed. Now, in the discussion on my report at conference, we heard these nearly 300 representatives embracing, I think, very enthusiastically, their role in making the 2030 Agenda work. I know that the SDGs, and we heard this during the process of negotiation, have been criticised. This agenda has been criticised for being over-ambitious to the point of being unrealistic. It's been criticised for being not sufficiently focused. Many people have said 17 goals, not to mention 169 related targets and nearly 230 indicators is simply too much, and that this is not an agenda that we're in a position to deliver upon. I take the contrary point of view. I take the view that the global community cannot afford to be less ambitious than this agenda. It's not realistic to be less ambitious, because failure to address any one of these 17 goals leaves our world open to a future of environmental damage, of social conflict, and of economic stagnation and consequent political problems. And I suggest we all need to unite our efforts to avoid that type of future and to bring a better future. Now, I want to highlight one or two characteristics underlying this agenda. The first, and this might sound like procedure and not terribly relevant, but I think it's terribly important. This agenda was a result of the most inclusive process of multilateral negotiation that one can imagine. The very act of involving all member states in such negotiations means, I believe, that this agenda has legitimacy and it has a real potential, as I've said, for national ownership. And indeed, trade unions and employers' organisations were very centrally involved in the negotiation of this agenda. This is very positive, and it stands as contrast to the Millennium Development Goals, which, whilst they were very important and very valuable, they were not the result of an inclusive negotiated process. The second feature is that this is a universal agenda. It is stated extremely clearly in the agenda that this is an agenda for every country on the planet. That includes Finland, as well as it includes the least developed countries of the world. We all have action to take at home, as well as collective action to take in the solidaristic effort to promote implementation in other countries. The third characteristic that I want to emphasise is the rights-based content of this agenda. I think that it is one of the most important elements of this agenda that human rights, including rights at work, the rule of law, basic notions of justice, are explicitly included in this agenda. It wasn't the easiest thing to negotiate, but I think it gives a very strong moral compass to this agenda. Now, turning to the challenges ahead. Let me remind you all, I'm going to scare you with some big numbers now. We, in 2015 at the ILO, estimated that, here's a big number, 967 million women and men did not earn enough to rise above that moderate poverty threshold of $3.10 a day. And 327 million fell below the $1.90 extreme poverty line. That's our starting point. In addition, the world's workforce continues to grow at about 40 million every year. These are the newcomers to the global labour force. Now, this pace of population growth is in fact gradually declining, but the mathematics is that we are going to have to create 470 million decent jobs just to absorb new entrants to the labour market by 2030. And that will still leave the existing jobs gap of over 60 million, which is a heritage that we face from the global financial crisis of 2008. That is what is before us as we tackle goal number 8 on full employment and decent work for all. Let's put on top of that the imperative of narrowing the gap in female labour force participation. The 2030 global labour force, as forecast on current participation rates, would consist and reducing that gap by 25%, just 25%, which is a goal that the G20 grouping has set itself, means that we would have to create 200 million decent jobs for women. Now, these are daunting figures, and I'm worried that by quoting them, I'm rather making you think that this is an unrealisable agenda. But in fact, we have to draw the opposite conclusion, that this is an agenda which we can and must achieve. I want as well to draw attention to the element of combating inequality which is built into this agenda. I'm quite surprised, but absolutely delighted, that reducing inequality figures explicitly at the heart of this agenda. Inequality at its current levels is not only recognised as being a massive social problem, a threat to the social cohesion of our societies, but it's also recognised as being a brake on economic growth and job creation. And I think those two notions, the basic social concern for social justice and the economic one, should bring us together to work to reduce inequality in all sorts of ways. And that starts in the labour market. I continue to say that all of us involved in the labour market should not believe that inequality and growing inequality is something which happens to the labour market. It's something which is created by the labour market. And we need to put those things right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really important that I underline the interconnected nature of all of these goals. I think if you just take a look at that graphic, and if you think for even a few moments, you can see very, very clearly that realising any one of these goals is dependent upon the realisation of other goals. And I could pick out any number of those interrelated factors. I've already talked about gender, but things that the ILO needs to focus upon, and we're trying to do that, have to do with the concentration of the worst pockets of poverty in the rural economy and in the informal economy. Often those parts of the world of work which an organisation like ours finds it very difficult to reach, but we must do that. Without that, we are not going to make an impact on ending hunger and achieving food security, improving nutrition, promoting sustainable agriculture. But these are things that we can do. And very importantly, I want to make the linkage with the environmental aspects of this agenda. We have spent a long time worrying and sometimes drawing the wrong conclusions about the interconnection between jobs and growth and environmental protection. This agenda requires us to reconcile those two objectives, and the good news is, I believe, that this is not an idle dream, this is not ignoring a conflict, because more and more, and I think the Paris conference in December brought this to the surface, we recognise that tackling climate change offers us a tremendous potential in respect of job creation. Yes, it's a redirection of the world of work, it's a re-engineering of the way work is carried out, but this is perfectly possible to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I said at the outset that I felt that national ownership of this agenda is fundamental to its success, and that is so. And I was encouraged at our conference by the fact that minister after minister, trade union representative after trade union representative, employer representative after employer representative came to the stage and said, we're going to get involved. We're going to play a part in delivering on this agenda. I hope when they go home they make the same speeches. I am aware that this agenda is necessarily an all-of-government operation, and it should be, because these goals require all sectors of government, from finance, from labour, from environment, to be involved. It is not always easy for labour ministries or for social partners to find their full place in such joined-up government initiatives. I'm delighted that Finland, which has recent experience has shown, attributes to its social partners a key role in national policy making and implementation, has taken the approaches to the delivery of the 2030 agenda that it has, and I congratulate you on it. I can only hope, and I will certainly be citing Finland as a positive example, that what you are doing will meet with imitation in other countries in the coming years. In the report that I presented to conference in the last 2 weeks, I tried to do 3 things. I tried to inform our tripartite constituencies of what's in the 2030 agenda. I tried to encourage this national ownership process, and I tried to have a discussion on what the role of the ILO should be in that. We need to support you, but we also need to play a role in the international system. Another place where a non-competitiveness pact would be a good idea would be in the international system. There is a tendency, unhelpful but almost built into the system, for international organisations to compete with each other in asking for funding, in trying to deliver on different parts of this agenda. I believe it to be fundamentally important, and the ILO will direct its efforts in that direction to ensure that the UN system, the multilateral system, acts as a team, that its efforts in each of these areas is complementary and not competitive, and that the interaction between member states and the multilateral system will be as positive as possible. It's not a small task, believe me, but it's one that we must take on. I've already talked about some of the features of this agenda which I think make it very special and very exciting. I want to just add about measurability and accountability. I think that if we're going to have an agenda of this nature and hope for it to be implemented, we need systems of accountability. We need to be asking member states to report back on what they're doing, and we need to be able to measure their progress or their lack of progress. And that's where these indicators come in. A lot of them. Complicated job of putting those indicators together, but we must do it. And it's not as easy as it sounds. Let's just take one example. You might think that measuring jobs for all, full employment, would be the easiest indicator in the world. You just go to the countries, you see how many people don't have a job, and you report back. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't work like that. In the developing world, open unemployment figures do not tell the story. Most people do not have, and you'll excuse the indecency of my phrase, the luxury of being unemployed. There is no social protection. So they find a living in the informal sector. They work in conditions of gross underemployment. They work sometimes in conditions which do not qualify as humane. And so we have to find other indicators, levels of informality, levels of working poverty, hours worked. We need to construct a set of indicators that tell the whole story and tell it properly. Other indicators are different because we're trying to measure things which are not so much quantitative as qualitative. Try to measure, for example, respect of trade union rights in a country. It's not so easy. We're working on that one. But we are intent upon making sure that this agenda and progress in its implementation is measurable, and that countries will therefore be held accountable for it. And we're making good progress. So, measurability and accountability. And lastly, the resources, the financing of this agenda. I've already scared you a little bit, perhaps, with the immensity of the challenges before us. What about the funding? What about the vocabulary is the means of implementation? Is different. It's different from the Millennium Development Goals, because when it was negotiated, countries also sat down and negotiated the money, the resources that would be needed to make it work. There was a conference in Addis Ababa on financing for development. And the conclusion there is that yes, international development assistance matters. We can't give up on that. We know financial times are difficult, but we need to keep that international solidarity going. But in addition, and this is fundamental to the ILO, domestic resource generation is going to be critical. And that means the private sector needs to grow, businesses need to contribute, they need to pay their taxes as well, trade needs to be, investment needs to be promoted as well. There is a major private sector resource mobilization in all of this, and we want our employers' community to be fully involved in implementation. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, President Allen, with just a last comment on how important, how transformative this agenda can be. There is a lot in the world of work which might lead one to believe that we are moving further away from, rather than closer to, the ideals of social justice, which are the ideals with which the ILO was created nearly a century ago. We're seeing greater inequality, we're seeing high unemployment, we're seeing exclusion and marginalisation. If this agenda can become a reality in the next 15 years, we will be turning the tide back in the direction of social justice and a sure, sustainable and fairer society for us and our children. And I hope that with your help, we'll be able to do just that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Director General Mr. Guy Ryder. I would now like to invite all the previous speakers on the podium so we can have a bit of a discussion with the audience. So if you please... Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And now we have two means of making the questions. One is for the audience, just raise your hand and wait for the mic to come. And the other one is that we do collect some questions also which are coming through the Twitter or internet, but we are coming back to that. So who would like to start? I think we give the floor to Mr. Antti Palola, the president of STTK.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and Mrs. President, Minister and Director General. Well, I thank you all for your speeches, and they were very interesting. I think President Halonen took up many important questions. I share her view that the social development goals have potential to become one of the most important declarations for the 21st century. Important issue in these declarations compared with the earlier declarations is the strong status that decent work has in the document. We can say that as a result of the globalization, also international division of work is in turning point. Globalization has many positive effects. For example, we have seen here in Finland during the previous decades. But for us, trade unions, the important goal is to make sure that there is also the social dimension with the globalization. The report of the World Commission from 2004 is a valuable document which helps us now to continue this work. Like President Halonen said in her speech, we Nordic countries are not immune to these fundamental changes which are going on all around the world, even if we sometimes like to think so. The other point which I also fully agreed is that gender is a major aspect in decent work. Almost all the points that President Halonen mentioned in her presentations are more or less reality also in Finland. It means that we still have very much work to do with this goal. Excuse me, I have a few remarks more. For President Halonen, I wish all the best in the work to prepare indicators for social development goals. These indicators finally give meaning and effectivity to the whole process. And then Minister Lindström, the only message what I think that we have to say from this seminar to the Finnish government is, and it's very simple, and it's not many words, but it's in all shortness, it's like this. Please do, on the behalf of the Finnish government, the utmost what you can in favor of decent work principle. That is very simple message, and please follow that. General Director Ryder spoke about the huge challenges that ILO has with its target to gain decent work all over the world. One huge challenge among other challenges is the global supply chain or chains. Number of those chains is increasing all the time, and the structures become more and more complicated. Decent work in global supply chains was one of the themes in the International Labour Conference this year. I was happy to hear from one of our participants, our colleague and a good friend Risto Kousa from STTK, that the work in committee was quite constructive. There was common understanding that the topic is important and there is a need for better governance. Of course, there were also contradictions and disagreements, and the report is a big compromise, but so it goes in tripartite cooperation. Most important matter now is to look after that this report is not the final word about the global supply chains, but the work will continue, and coming years we have possibility to decide which kind of measures we have to prepare to help the decent work forward, as you said in your presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we take maybe two more and then we turn to the podium. So I think next one was Lisa Roveder.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much of your excellent presentations. I'm Lisa Roveder, Secretary General from WWF. So you all pointed out the importance of integrative approach in sustainable development, and I was very glad to hear that. But still, in our societies, we continue working on silos. So we have the different ministries. One is concentrating on labor, the other one in environment, the third one in for instance, forestry and agriculture. So how do you see that we could increase this integrative approach also in governance, as well, of course, in companies?
And one more, Ann-Céline from the first row.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Just a few remarks and a few questions, maybe. Firstly, I very much agree with almost everything that has been said here, and I'm really happy that we had such a great contributions from all of you. Thank you for those. I think, Guy, that you're very right saying that it's essential that the national tripartite ownership is taking in the 2030 agenda. And also the international importance of the ILO in this sense to support the nations is vital. And in that sense, I would refer to Minister Lindström, who also said that we should take the impacts of the decent work into account also in the international trade. So I would be interested to hear how do you see this happening, also from you others. It would be very interesting to hear how do you see this happening. And the question of President Halonen, that how do we measure? Well, I think that will be one of the questions that we will be taking on this afternoon. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if we now take the comments in the same order as you had your speeches, so if we start with President Halonen.
Thank you. I think that the mic is working.
It is.
Touching, yeah. So the first thing is, of course, that how in all we can measure the development in with SDGs, and so that's why I think that it's also the cooperation with the experts, what can be done with statistics, and also with the politicians, that what could be important for measuring. And I think that we all have learned quite much about that. I was astonished the first time when the European and then the global summit of the people, experts in statistics, when they asked me to come and tell that about the sustainable development. I thought, what does it mean? But that was a few years ago. I said, oh no, yes, these people, they will count it. They will auditing that what we are doing. And I'm very happy that already Rio Plus 20, they were very, very well represented. So when it's not only the work of the experts, but also the work of the politicians. So during the summer, we see that whether the proposal of the experts will be then passed. Second point is, of course, that perhaps we don't find the all right solutions with the first effort, and then we should be also open for the discussions during the next 15 years that which parts should be taking account later on. But that's why I made a question. I put an agenda to the ILO that when we will get the results during the summer, what is now the idea of the SDGs, experts and the politicians, and then compare them what the ILO has done. So perhaps we could get a little bit more clarification that whether they are the same. And I'm sure that ILO is not silent, quiet when this process is going on. But then also the second point is that what Mr. Reider already took, that not all work what we have in the world is not in statistics. We have also the grey zones or informal sector, or how do you like to call, which are not represented in statistics, and how we count that. And then, of course, you can say that if we want to make everything legal, which is not yet legal, that would be the solution. No, it's not that. There is a lot of such kind of the work, what is hidden and what is not at all decent. But in other way around, we should see the real world. The third point is what was here also the discussion, and what I will answer to you on my side is that how to keep all these actors together. We are happy that we have got to the SDGs, not only the growth and the environment, but also the social justice. Then we are very happy that we have noticed that the governments cannot do everything, but we need also NGOs, we need also the private sector, and now lately I have been very much encouraging the academia, the universities to come in. But then the next question is what I have not yet answered, but we have a different kind of the networks where I'm also involved in for instance, the network for the solutions for sustainable development, many others, and also Helsinki University and other Finnish universities will be involved. So that how to monitor this, because we have only 2 hands and 10 fingers. How to keep all this together, also during the process. How the next Secretary General of the UN, for instance, could invite in good way these different sectors to come and discuss at UN. We know that this is originally the place of the governments, but how to guarantee that in all kind of the countries, the parliaments, opposition, the NGOs, and many other things, that they are also, how could I say, welcome to say their opinion. But I hope so that during the autumn now, since September, that when we know already that who are the candidates, they will also take a part in the discussion and tell that how they will really knitting together this network, how to do it. So anyway, I take a risk to citate an old guru Mao to say that even the longest march will start with the first step. Then, dear friends, we have already 17 goals and we have all these other things. So I think that we have advanced quite much already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Minister Lindström.
Yeah, maybe I start in English, and when I lost my words, I continue in Finnish, if that's okay. Okay. First, response to Antti Palola. I will do everything I can for decent work in government. For example, this 0-hour contracts. It's not government's own perform. It has been gone to Parliament by the people, and I have taken this very seriously and said that we need these rules about 0-hour contracts, and that's my notice and my message to everyone. I want the rules that you can say that there is a fair play in this ground also. Ehkä sitten tähän siilotyöskentelyyn. Siitä voisi aloittaa sen, että tämä hallitus aloitti työnsä ja me puhuttiin siiloutumisesta. Ja itse asiassa tässä yhteiskunnassa on vieläkin liikaa sitä, että me tehdään asioita siiloissa. Eikä me ole päästy kyllä siinä hallituksessakaan riittävän pitkälle tässä ajattelussa, mutta ehkä vähän eteenpäin. Mutta nyt puhutaan siis koko tästä yhteiskunnasta ja työskentelyssä siinä, niin on ehdottomasti sitä mieltä, että meillä olisi paljon siinä kehitettävää vielä. Että me ei tehdä siellä omassa loossissa näitä asioita, vaan itse asiassa on Suomenkin etu, että me opitaan toinen toisiltamme. Ja itse asiassa monilla sellaisilla aloilla, millä ei alun perin tuntuisi olevan mitään yhteistä keskenään, voi olla paljon opittavaa toinen toisiltaan. Ja siellä voi tulla sitten yllättäviä hyötyjä niin taloudellisesti kuin inhimillisestikin, kun tämmöisiä keskustelua käydään. Tämä on semmoinen asia, mitä pitää viedä eteenpäin. Ja odotan itse asiassa Suomi-areenaa, joka on tässä kesällä, koska siellä puhutaan työn murroksesta. Ja me ollaan lyöty jo kättä päälle Antin kanssa, että me käydään vielä työmiehen tuumaustunnilla keskustelemassa, mitä se työ ylipäätään tulevaisuudessa on. En tiedä, löydetäänkö me suurta viisautta, mutta aika helppoa on puhua siitä, mitä on tapahtunut, mutta todella paljon vaikeampaa miettiä, mitä on niin kuin tulevaisuudessa. Tämä siilo-keskustelu on myös osa tätä. Sitten tämä Hanselinin kysymys kansainvälisestä kaupasta, säällisestä työstä. Me itse näen sen niin, että me voidaan vaikuttaa siihen sillä lailla, että kun me käydään kauppaan, niin voidaan asettaa ehdoksi sille, että yksi ehto on se, että siellä toimitaan reiluilla pelisäännöillä. Jos ei toimita, niin me emme käy kauppaa. Jos mä ymmärsin tämän sun kysymyksen oikein, niin tämä on niinku se lähtökohta. Että kyllä siihen pystyy toimijat, maan hallitus ja tietenkin sitten yritykset itse vaikuttamaan. Ja uskon, että suomalaiset yritykset on sellaisia, että ne katsoo myös tätä puolta toivottavasti, koska siitähän se lähtee. Jos ei se halpa työ käy kaupaksi, niin sehän loppuu. Ja se reilu työ, jos jos sitä niin kuin kannustetaan, niin tämä on se oikea suunta, mihin suuntaan pitää mennä.
Saanko mä Jari vähän vielä tukea? Me oltiin hänen kanssaan perjantaina dekkaripäivillä, niin että jos tämä vaikuttaa liian tuttavalliselta, niin meillä on niin kuin tämmöinen salainen suhe, joka ei ole jatkumassa. Yksi asia, jota mä luulen, että sekä hallituksen että meidän kaikkien kannattaisi tukea, on kuluttajaliike. Nimittäin mitä enemmän kuluttajat kertoo siitä, että millä tavalla voi tehdä tämmöisiä säällisiä kunnon ostoksia, niin sen parempi. Koska kun sä katsot sitä shampoo-hyllyä tai sitä cornflakes-pinoa, mikä sulla on kaupassa, niin pitää olla aika paljon aikaa, että ehtii tutkimaan kaikki nämä sekä niin kuin ekologian että reilun kaupan että kaiken muun kannalta. Että tässä mielessä kuluttajaliike voimii.
Ostakaa suomalaisia dekkareita.
Sekin on hyvä juttu.
Okay, Director General.
Thank you. Well, let me just take advantage to thank the Minister for the announcement he made about Finland's intention to ratify the Forced Labour Protocol, which was the most recent instrument adopted by the ILO. This is really important. I want to sincerely say thank you for Finland's intention. And it gives me the opportunity to make a couple of other points connected to the questions that I've received. You know, strange thing, my own country, the United Kingdom, has just ratified this protocol. They did so because they have just adopted a national piece of legislation. It's called the Anti-Slavery Act in the United Kingdom. Sorry, Anti-Modern Slavery Act. And it comes on the realization, this is recognized by the government, that in my country, the United Kingdom, there are 11,000 people living in slavery in the United Kingdom. It's a remarkable statistic. And it just, by the way, speaks to the universality of the agenda that we're discussing. That act also contains an obligation on multinational companies operating for the United Kingdom with a turnover of I don't know how many millions of dollars to report in their national in their annual reports the action they are taking to eliminate forced labour from their supply chains. So it's sort of one example of how legislation or other action can bring in transnational action or responsibilities, in this case by companies, to promote decent work. Trade is another great example to answer the question. There are ways through trade agreements that we can influence national policy making, create that level playing field that everybody wants to see in trade. I only wish my government was following the minister's example on 0 hours contracts, however. We have 800,000 young people working on 0 hour contracts in the UK. Mr Cameron has not as yet said he would do anything about that, but that's another story. I want to say something about the integrated approaches and the problem of working in silos. I don't know why it is. It might be something to do with bureaucratic organisations. I'm sure people have studied this, but when in doubt, we retreat to our silos. This tends to be the case in international organisations, in governments. It seems to happen everywhere, in the international community as well. It's not up on the screen. But this agenda is not a collection of 17 silos. It isn't. And it will not be implemented if each of us works in a silo on one or other goal. But the question was, how do we break out of those silos? Well, I think in terms of national action, I think it is extremely important that governments establish all of government commitments, be it out of a Prime Minister's office, in many countries, national development strategies with the help of the United Nations development frameworks have been drawn up which implicate all areas of government. And I think the need is for collective responsibility in this regard. And I'll repeat what I said from the podium. I believe that the international system itself must also do better in managing to break down this compartmentalisation which can affect us.
So may I be that one who is interrupting all the time? So I really hope that you can also convince the British people that they could be in EU, because the EU is one of the places where this kind of the silo working is one of the hardest. So if we can also turn that European Union we work more comprehensively, it will help a lot in European level. And I have a feeling that not all British are like you, but I think that UK could be involved. Thanks.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have just about time for one more round of questions from the audience, and then we take some from the Twitter. If we start with the audience, I think there is the first one over there.
Joo, Paavo Niskanen Metalliliitosta ja haluan kiittää teitä kaikkia kanssa noista puheenvuoroista, että Agenda 2030, niin siellä on todella hyviä asioita. Mutta sitä ei voi millään toteuttaa, jos siihen ei saada yrityksiä riittävän laajasti mukaan. Eli rehellinen kysymys, että uskotteko te, että nämä yritykset tulevat täysin tähän mukaan ilman, että ne on oikeasti sitovia, eli niin sanotusti vapaaehtoisesti tuohon liittyen. Ja sitten myöskin mulla on Jari Lindströmille tässä kysymys myöskin, että kuinka pystytään puolueeton työelämäolojen tutkinta huolehtimaan, koska esimerkiksi kansalaisjärjestöiltä tällä hetkellä on leikattu paljon, että kuinka se pystytään varmistamaan, että puolueettomasti pystytään tutkimaan edelleenkin, niin kuin esimerkiksi Winwatch on tehnyt. Ja sitten vielä kiitokset Jari Lindströmille tuosta nollatuntisopimusasiasta, että helppo sanoa näin, kun on itse ollut vireille panemassa tuota lakialoitetta, että kiva kun otat vakavasti.
Okay, thank you very much. It's interesting that you raised this Finwatch issue. I was about to give, and I will give the floor to Finwatch, but before doing that, I think also this is very important to line out that if we are talking about the consumer movement, the consumer movement needs information, and we do have a very competitive and a skillful organization which is struggling with the funding. And I mean, this is something also what we could do together, and I think the government should do more about this. I have been telling this to the previous government as well, so let's be clear about that also. But Sonia.
Thank you for this commercial break for Finwatch.
You're welcome.
I didn't order it. So I wanted to ask, I was glad that consumers were taken up, because we have one particularly big consumer in Finland, and that is the Finnish state and municipalities that are buying more than 35 billion euros worth of services and products every year. And research shows that the government and municipalities are buying the cheapest products and services and not taking up International Labour Organization's core conventions or other human rights issues. And as we speak, the Ministry of Employment and the Economy is preparing a new law on public procurement. So I wanted to ask from Minister Lindström, how are you going to make sure that from now on municipalities and government is going to buy products that are made with dignity and without forced labor, child labor, and other human rights violations?
Okay, thank you. And then I will give the final, if not the final word, but the last question to Timo Lappalainen from KEPA. Okay. Annetaan yksi vielä. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yes, this is a question to Gay Ryder. Thanks very much for your presentation. And KEPA is a national umbrella organization for development NGOs. You mentioned about your speech about Agenda 2030 that it brings the principle of universality, if you like, and at the same time you laid emphasis as well on the national agenda, and you know how we have to be active as well at the national level. How do you see does that universality principle affect the work of trade unions, how they work? They are rather good at working in the national level, but now when the division between rich countries and developing countries, or south and north, is about to fade away, does that challenge you to more global perspectives and adopt a more universal working agenda, if you like?
Okay, and then we agreed that there is one more. Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for my voice. I have a flu going on, but yes, Mika Helander from Åbo Academy University. Done research on temporary migrant labor force in Europe and globally the question. And I'm quite concerned about the social rights and decency of work of this temporary labor force, particularly in agricultural work and in construction. And we have like berry pickers in Finland, forest berries, farm berries, and in construction work, not only in Finland, but these like football World Cup venues, building of them, many huge problems, risking of lives. What can we do? What kind of political tools should we choose? Where to put emphasis in these tools which you have mentioned when it comes to people who lack social citizenship, who are foreigners, stay temporarily in a country in order to work? Thanks.
Okay, and maybe we take the Twitter questions as well. So maybe Jukka, you can pick up some, and then we move on to.
The exact questions I have picked up. One was already kind of asked here. One was made by myself, which has already been covered. So there has been a lively Twitter discussion, so we can just follow it over the net. But I should say we just have answers to these questions.
Okay, that's what we do then. Maybe we go the same round.
No, I think that Minister has asked to be the first one. He has to run to the next place.
Perfectly fine. Yes.
Yeah. Okei, siis kiitos kysymyksistä, jotka ei ollut lainkaan helppoja. Tämä kysymys siitä, että miten yritykset nyt sitten saadaan mukaan vapaaehtoisesti vai jollakin muulla. Mä itse nyt lähtisin siitä, että kyllä se varmaankin näin on. Enemmän se on nyt tällä hetkellä sen niin kuin toivon asteella, sen asteella, että se paine on semmoinen, että niiden yritysten kannattaa olla niin kuin mukana kehittämässä säällistä työelämää. Ja itse asiassa itse näen tämän asian niin, että kun olen paljon puhunut työhyvinvoinnin ja kaiken tämmöisen puolesta, niin on hirveän vaikea mitata jotain tämmöistä asiaa, että kun panostetaan työhyvinvointiin, kun se pitäisi aina näkyä tuloksessa. Mutta kun meillä olisi joku, käsittääkseni olen viestittänyt meidän virkamiehille, että pitäisi löytää joku semmoinen mittarointi, millä pystyttäisiin näyttämään ihan oikeasti, että kun se henkilöstö voi hyvin, niin se näkyy tuloksessakin. Ja tätä kautta hakisi sen, niin silloin se rupeaa kiinnostamaan paljon enemmän. Itse on vaan, näen tämän niin kuin tämmöisenä maallikkona suoraan sanotaan duunarista tähän hommaan tulleena. Jos sinulla on kiva mennä töihin, niin olet todennäköisesti tuottavampi, todennäköisesti siellä on paljon mukavampaa, todennäköisesti kaikki sujuu paljon paremmin kuin se, että sinua hatuttaa mennä töihin. Tämä on mun niin kuin ajattelu. Sitten taas tämä vielä vaikeampi kysymys. Tämä hankintalaki, joka nyt on siis tulossa eduskuntaan ihan kohta sillään, niin miten taataan se, miten varmistetaan se, että tässä, kun Suomen valtio ja kunnat on todellakin, ne on isoja ostajia, kyllä sanon ihan suoraan, että sekä valtion että kunnan tämä kilpailuttamisen osaamiseen pitää panostaa, sillä jo nyt olisi mahdollista hyödyttää oman alueen ja kotimaan yrityksiä ja toimijoita, jos haluttaisiin ja jos osattaisiin. Ja tämä antaa kyllä mahdollisuuden siihen, mutta aika helposti mennään sen halvimman mukaan. Ja itse asiassa nyt kun se palvelu on lopetettu, niin huono esimerkki on Suomen eduskunta, jossa tämmöiset hyvä palvelu, Suomen niin nämä puvut ja paidat, siellä oli tämmöinen pesupalvelu, ja siinä luki, että Lahden pesula. Mutta tämähän on kiva, nämä menee siis Lahteen. Juu, sinne Lahden toiselle puolelle meni pestäväksi. Siis eduskuntakin näytti tämmöistä esimerkkiä. Että kyllä meillä on itsessämme, siis pitää mennä itseemme ja kysyä, että ollaanko me kauhean viksuja tässä. Se vanha totuus, että köyhän ei kannata ostaa halpaa, pitää kyllä paikkansa. Että jos pelkkää hintaa tuijottaa, niin silloin kyllä mennään metsään. Pitää katsoa se mitä se kokonaisuus tuo sille alueelle. Ja väitän, että vaikka se olisi kalliimpi, niin se hyödyttää pitkässä juoksussa sitä aluetta. Että siihen tulee tämä hankintalaki muun muassa tämä in-house, eli ulosmyyntiprosentti, jolla pystyy jollain lailla määrittelemään sitä, mitä se hyödyttää, hyödyttääkö se yrityksiä ja kuinka paljon. Tämä tulee olemaan varmaan mielenkiintoinen keskustelu, kun tämä laki tulee eduskuntaan, ja siitä on valmisteltu jo edeltäjäni Lauri Ihalaisen aikana. Se on valtava paketti, ja se on tosi iso ja tärkeä laki, joka tulee ihan lähiaikoina eduskuntaan. Tässä lyhyesti toivon että en ollut kauhean vaikea selkoinen.
Kiitoksia erittäin paljon. I think we give now the floor to Mr. Guy Ryder, and President Halonen will then have the final word of this session.
Yeah, thanks. Private sector role. Do we believe it? Do we think that they're really going to get involved? On the day this agenda was adopted, there was a major private sector forum at the UN, and a lot of CEOs who you would recognise, you would know, lined up and said, we're going to be a part of this. So if you take it at face value, you'd say yes. Now, should we take it at face value is the question then. There's one thing I worry about. Very often private sector business identification with support for things like this, almost done as a one-off, as a philanthropic sort of a gesture. Whereas what we actually need is for businesses to integrate all of the work-related elements of this agenda into their everyday business practices. This is not a philanthropic gesture. It needs to be integrated into their practices. Now, I actually have quite a lot of confidence that there are good reasons why businesses will want to do that. We've heard about the power of consumer opinion. We know and understand the leverage that trade unions can bring to bear. I actually do believe that there are, with the right type of informational backups, very important levers that we can move that will make it in the interests of good business to be involved in the delivery of this agenda. But it needs working at. I don't think it's something that will automatically happen. Just imagine if governments would require companies to report in their annual reports on what they are doing without any obligation, just the obligation to report. What are you doing to contribute to the realisation of this agenda? Tremendous public information which people could then act upon, and the reputations of companies would be affected accordingly. On the question of universality and the impact on international action and trade unions, if I got the question right, I continue to believe that some of the most internationally minded actors in the world are trade unions, that the international trade union movement has hung on to its internationalist instincts, its solidarity instincts. And I think that the 2030 agenda, it sort of imposes a certain responsibility on trade unions, but I actually think it is also a result of the efforts of trade unions. So I'm very confident. I don't see the contradictions which many people talk about between the interests of labour in the north and the south, in the developed and the developing worlds. I think organised labour has very, very skillfully and very sincerely negotiated the real issues in a globalised economy which need to be addressed by organised labour, but I have full confidence in what they've done and what they will do. The issue of migrant labour in general, and of course we have the issues of refugees and displaced persons on top of the more familiar questions of migration for labour, of course is preoccupying the international community very much this year. But I think the question was pointing very much to the notion of the temporary migrants and the conditions upon which they are employed. Europe has a big problem with temporary migration, with posted workers and all the rest. I think it's handled it badly. I think it's got a long way to go. By coincidence, President Juncker was at our conference last Thursday, and he recognised that working out conditions for posted workers in Europe is one of the major challenges ahead of the labour move, ahead of the European Union. But there are some very good examples around the world of temporary labour schemes that work well, both for the workers involved, for the receiving countries and the sending countries. So this is not something which is impossible to get right. I'm not one of those who believe that temporary migration schemes are inherently negative. If engineered right and regulated properly, they can render decent results. The problem is we're not doing that job, at least not sufficiently as yet.
So,
Thank you very much.
if I start with this question of international side, and those who are very much interested at how to organize the workers more internationally. So I think that Säällinen will be the one part of the panel which Paolo Lehtomäki will lead monitor after the coffee break. And Säällinen is one of the very few trade union leaders both here in Finland, but also being the chair of the UNI, which is a global union, so that if the capital is universal and if the goods are going internationally, so the labor side should be also organized more and more at global level, and both all working together in ILO. So I think that discussion will give much for you. Then the question of this that whether it should be legally binding. This is very dangerous for the former lawyer of SASK like me. You know, being a Nordic and being at least a former lawyer, I love the laws and legislation and binding situation. And I remember when we made the Millennium Goals, so I was also that why can't we do it more legally binding? Even I know that not everybody is obeying what the legislation say. But then I was involved that I tried to be optimistic, and now later on during the last 15 years, many of my old good friends from politics and outside, they said to me, oh, we might say that you have just the blue eyes and you cannot make it. But I have to confess that Millennium Goals have made much more than what we expected. And I will say the same with the Sustainable Development Goals, that it's not only that what's legal and what's not, it's also the question what is right and wrong. And some core issues should be really legally binding, like ILO is doing concerning its agreements, and we should encourage then all the governments and so on to accept them, ratify them. But the other way around, I think that we have an excellent possibility also to the entrepreneur side, to the enterprises side, to say that the smart entrepreneur will invest now, because that's the future. It's the old saying about the old birds, and you know that the early bird will find, and so on. So, but I will say that it will be also the question, what I try sometimes already in this side, I say that, do you think that you who are now about between 20 and 40, that one day your grandchildren will ask that, grandma or grandpa, you really thought that you didn't see that? You really thought that it was correct to do that? And I say that that day will come. So better to be prepared than saying, yes, the grandpapa tried to do his best, and that's why we have got the better results now. Because I think that that's a very long way to see that it's already with much shorter amount of the years when people will ask that, you really thought that that will be correct? But in order to make something which is right, but not legally binding, I come back on the unions, I come back for the consumers movement and all that, and also personally commitment, so that when you made a question concerning the government, you can make the question of city of Helsinki or city of Espoo, city of Vantaa here in the capital area or around in Finland. It's also the question that which kind of coffee you are drinking. Is it a fair trade coffee or otherwise something which is so-called good coffee? What are your beautiful shoes, from where you have bought them? Or something that, oh, so nice jacket. Oh, is this Finnish? Is it made in some other countries where you have a good labor laws? In that way, people learn to know that somebody might think not only how you look, but also what you do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We are now closing the first session, and there is a coffee available at the hall, and I ask you to come back here in 25 minutes, and then we continue with the second session, which is the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Kiitoksia Jukka vielä paljon. Okay, so we will continue. Me oltiin sovittu, että tämä jälkimmäinen sessio on pääosin suomenkielinen, mutta tässä saa myös käyttää englantia. Eli tulkkaus edelleen toimii, joten ehkä mä esittelen sisään tulevan kuoron. Meillä on tässä osassa ohjelmaa, kaikissa ensimmäisissä painotuksissa ei ole vielä ohjelmassa, mutta myöhäisemmissä versioissa on Rex Musicus kuoro, jonka esityksestä saamme tässä nyt nauttia hetken aikaa, ja sen jälkeen jatkamme paneelilla. Rex Musicus.
Meren tytär ei meressä väsyä voi, vain rannoilla väsyy. Rannat maan vie kyyneleihin ja kuolemaan. Ei kahvita enää voi huomaa, kuin laaja lappa. Mihin katson, missään ranta näe, vesitähdin tanssivin kimmeltää. Meren äärettömyyksiä syleillen, solun huumassa aatojen ikuisten. Nyt ympäri hurmion pauhuna soi, meren tytär ei meressä kuolla voi. Ei kahvita enää voi huomaa, kuin laaja lappa. Mihin katson, missään en ranta näe, vesitähdin tanssivin kimmeltää.
Tämä ensimmäinen kappale on Vilpi Eromon sävellys Veden neito, ja seuraavakin on veden äärellä, nimittäin se on Skillnader aldrig havet, jossa muistellaan vähän ensisuudelmaa. Ja seuraava laulu on sitten nimeltään Me kuljemme kaikki kuin sumussa, ja se on rajattoman tunnetuksi tekemä laulu, Jussi Sydänyksen säveltämä. Ja sitten me päätämme Beatlesin tutuksi tekemään lauluun Come Together, mutta tehän olette tavallaan jo tullut tänne.
Se raideri.
kaikki kuin sumussa täällä. Ja kuulemme ääniä kuutamo kaikki kuin sumussa täällä. Ja kuulemme ääniä me astumme kylvän sammaleen päällä. Ja illan on varjoa ihmisen syy.
Holy roller,
Thank you, Greg Smuusikus. I think this is a good wake-up after the coffee break, so we get a bit more energized and are ready for the second session. The second session, as I mentioned already, we have agreed that this can be also spoken in Finnish, if the panelists so choose. I would like to invite State Secretary Paula Lehtomäki, who is actually the person in charge of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in Finland. And we have agreed that she will both be the moderator of the panel, but also will present the Finnish approach to SDGs. So Paula Lehtomäki, please. Okay, I think I will invite the rest of the panelists at the same go to sit behind the podium. And so the next participant of this panel is Mr. Finn Tarp, who is the director of Uniwider. I would like to say about Uniwider that we wanted to have UNO here because a wider institution here because we have been following some of the studies you have done, and it's an excellent work from our trade union and social development perspective. I think we are almost speaking the same language, and we have been struggling to get the sort of support for our maybe a bit more political way of seeing things. Now we think that we can get some of that support through the investigation done by the UN, and this is an excellent situation. Thank you for coming here. Then our third panelist is Ms. Ann Selin, who is both the president of PAM, Service Sector Union here in Finland, but also Uniglobal Union globally. Ann Selin. And our fourth panelist is representing the business world, Simo Honkanen from Neste Corporation. Simo is the Senior Vice President of Sustainability and Public Affairs. And before I give the floor to Paula Lehtomäki, I will explain that the idea is now that the panel will have a short presentation each, and then the panel will discuss among themselves, and only after that we will open the floor for general discussion. So, Paula Lehtomäki, floor is yours.
We just heard the singing, now we are making the rhythm here. Madam President, distinguished Director General, Mr. Speaker, just have to comment the choir a little bit. I don't remember Beatles singing that well. So we are very happy to hear these versions. For the beginning of this panel, as Janne already mentioned, we are supposed to have some 5 to 10 minutes introduction on our topics, and I will begin on telling you something about the significance and role of Agenda 2030 as we see it now in the government and in the governance. Then few words about the plans of the implementation, and not only plans but on the work that is already conducted for the implementation of Agenda in Finland. Then something about how this perception of decent work is taken into account in this implementation work in Finland. And last but not least, few words about the future work that the government is now doing. Namely, it is not only the OECD that is now beginning its future work relating to future of the work, but that is also the topic of our government white paper on the future of work, and that also plays certain significance in our discussion today. But ladies and gentlemen, back to the beginning, to the significance of Agenda 2030. We heard already earlier today, as Madam President also mentioned, that it is a significant step forward, in particularly because it now brings to the table the three necessary elements of sustainability and sustainable development. And that is, of course, very important because it forces us to look at things very broadly and not only to look at economic development but also other elements of sustainability. I think the other part why Agenda 2030 is so important is simply the fact that we were able to agree on it. Because in today's global world it is not very easy to accomplish these kind of agreements, and therefore it was very important step in addition to the Paris Declaration on combating climate change, that these examples shows that we are still capable of finding solutions on a global level. And third, which I consider maybe the most important part, at least for us who are responsible for the implementation of Agenda 2030 in Finland, is the fact that it now gives homework to countries as Finland. Because we are very used to working in such a way that we support the others to do their job. I mean, to eradicate poverty and to support sustainability in poorer countries, in developing countries. But now we have a whole list of homework that we have to implement and what we have to do here domestically. And in this sense, I see this as a kind of a paradigm change, that we are not only looking for outwards from Finland, but we also have to do everything better inwards, inside Finland as well. And this change clearly is reflected also in the mechanisms and means and tools that we have in Finland in implementing Agenda 2030. Implementation is sometimes very boring. It's a question of governance and it's a question of everyday administrative work. But life is full of decisions that never came into practice. And therefore now, after the decision has been taken, we have to take care that it also becomes realities. And because this is a broad-scale issue, the whole agenda, we also have the responsibility of the national implementation in Prime Minister's office, and there, me as a leading official there, I'm also responsible of it. And this brings to the picture this all-of-government commitment, as Mr. Ryder was also emphasizing here earlier today. We also have introduced new mechanisms and tools to the implementation, and that is to enforce this inclusiveness of the agenda. And we have brought some new tools for ordinary citizens, for NGOs, for companies, etc., to come on board. What we are now doing from the point of view of governance and government, we are now preparing a national implementation plan for Agenda 2030, supposed to be ready by the end of this year. And we have an assessment going on at the moment that is expected to bring to us the strengths and weaknesses of Finland in the implementation. Namely, we are in Finland stronger in certain issues and weaker in some issues, and I will come back to that in a few moments. And at the same time, to support this adapting these international targets into local objectives, we have agreed a so-called society's commitment to sustainable development, kestävän kehityksen yhteiskuntasitoumus, where I think that many of the parties who exist also in this seminar are involved. So it's a joint commitment from different kind of organizations, trade unions, etc. So it was very broadly prepared. And to support that to become a reality, we have introduced a tool of so-called action commitment or the operational commitment, where companies and organizations can announce that they are making commitments to do this and that in order to implement this policy. And here some companies have announced also already to improve their energy efficiency and, for example, as relates to coffee, as Madam President mentioned before the coffee break, coffee company Paulik has also promised to take better care of the sustainability of coffee. They are a big coffee company in this country. So in this way we are doing our utmost to get everybody on board. So how is decent work then taken into account in this implementation work? First of all, some indicators show that where Finland is strong in implementing sustainable development goals, and some indicators show that we are not so strong. And it is interesting to notice that what indicators actually lower Finland's position, they are environmental, namely energy intensity, for example, of our industry is something that lowers our position. Some economic indicators, then employment is also an indicator that lowers Finland's position, and that is mostly due to the high unemployment rate. And then also gender equality is also an indicator that lowers our position, because we still have a quite wide pay gap in the labor market between women and men. Where we seem to be strong is, for example, poverty eradication, not so much poverty in this country, health and educational issues. So this social commitment for sustainable commitment has a special target, number 3, which emphasizes the importance of decent work. And there, in particularly, the high employment rate is to a large extent in focus. It also emphasizes the importance of modernizing production methods and business relations in this country. It emphasizes the importance of new skills which are needed, that the educational support to support these skills to develop. It emphasizes the importance of equality in labor market, of promoting entrepreneurship and innovation, and also improve wellness at work. And last but not least, also in this target is to support the global efforts to promote decent work. So in that way, at least in theory, it is well represented, the idea of decent work, and now it's our common and our joint responsibility to take care that it's also coming into practice. The last remarks, ladies and gentlemen, on the future and on the future of work, where we at the moment are now making also an assessment of the studies that already exist, that what does it look like that the future of work will be during 2030s in this country. And we all know that digitalization is coming, robotization is also coming. And when we were talking about the need to create 470 million new jobs to promote employment globally, well, what we see in the future might be something that makes these targets even more difficult. And this white paper of the government we are planning to prepare on a very active networking method, and also open it to the broad discussion, because I think that responding these challenges both in Finland and globally will be of utmost importance, and maybe we will come back to that later during this panel. But so far, this is what I wanted to mention to you about the work that is now done within the government on this work. And now I would be proceeding on our panel, that how does this sound, and how does the work of decent, the world of decent work and sustainable development look like from the point of view of UN wider. Mr. Sharp, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. President Halonen, Director General Ryder, co-panelists and ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to be here today, and I will try and contribute some comments which hopefully on the one hand will show that we are deeply committed to the SDGs. At the same time, I am an academic, and I'm, I guess, meant also to point to some of the weaknesses. In the brief we got, there were 3 words that caught my attention. One is, how are we going to monitor? The next one was, what kind of fears do different actors have? And thirdly, what kinds of actions are needed? I will try, ladies and gentlemen, to address that. Let me also say that I do have a more elaborate presentation which we'll be putting on the wider website and maybe also on the website for this meeting, so that you can see these observations in a bit more detail when you have a chance with a cup of tea or a cup of coffee to reflect maybe a bit more. Now let me begin by saying that according to the official statements, global monitoring is supposed to be taking place through well-established reporting mechanisms. We don't have those. We have data generation, we have some information, but well-established reporting mechanisms do not exist. Now let me say also that data availability was not considered during goal and target selection. Now there's nothing wrong in that per se, and I want to stress that very clearly. It is absolutely correct in negotiating political processes that you express your desires, wishes, priorities, and in that sense I completely agree with the chair who indicated that that in itself is a major achievement. As the UN, we are proud of that. But I do wish again to repeat, data availability was not considered in that process. I share President Hallinen's view that putting objectives, putting needs on the agenda can help as a mobilizing framework for change. So nothing of what I'm going to say now should detract attention from that fundamental starting point. It is obvious that it's going to be very different in different countries of the world. In a country like Finland, you have a lot of information on many things, so there will have to be major variation as to how the SDGs are being approached. Let me state up front one worry I do have in relation to developing countries, which is the perspective that I typically take, because that's actually where I worked the majority of my life. We need to be careful that the SDGs do not become a new conditionality agenda. We had conditionalities on the agenda of the 1980s. With hindsight, that was not a productive process. We need to make very careful that we are very careful in the relationships as we move forward. I'll come back to that point, but I hope I've sort of at least identified and left it a bit in the back of your mind. Now, when we are looking at data availability, we right now have a classification into 3 tiers. There's a first tier where we say that there is established methodology and where data are supposed to be available. There's a second tier where methodologies have sort of been put in place, but where data generally are not available. And there's a third tier where basically nothing has been developed. Now let me now ask a provocative question maybe. But for all of the indicators that we have on the table, for all of the, and I keep forgetting that number, 266, I guess, or was it 60? How many % do you think we actually have data available on today? 25%. And most of the indicators we have are data that are very far away from the targets and goals that we're talking about. Sure, it's a good thing to have the GDP growth rate. That is one indicator we do have. But it doesn't really address many of the concerns that are expressed in the SDG agenda. SDG indicators are supposed to be disaggregated by income, sex, age, race, ethnicity, migratory status, disability and geographic location, and other characteristics. Now I can say that that is a very tall order. And this is said by somebody who has spent most of his life doing surveys of households and enterprises and working on national accounts data in developing countries. The member states have also highlighted that no one should be left behind. But this will require a very significant change in the way in which we go about both collecting data, but also how we are prioritizing the allocation of resources. To take the point about disaggregation, most surveys in the world are actually being collected when they are at the local level, they're actually being collected at household level. So when you go to the documents that are now circulating describing how this is going to work, there's reference to household surveys. Yes, but household surveys typically do not tell what goes on within the family. And I think it should be evident that if we are serious about gender imbalances, we do need to look inside the household. I should also say that filling some of these gaps can be deceptively difficult for conceptual reasons. I mean, let me just read in very quick order just a few examples, but I hope you will take a look at them later on. But what about an indicator like violent injuries and death per 100,000 population? Well, official crime data usually underreport. Percentage of women of reproductive age with anemia, well, proportion of persons with severe mental disorder who are using services. Most people with mental disorder in developing countries are put away. And so on. So there are some very severe conceptual and practical difficulties here. In addition to the fact that there are quite a number of international treaties and so on that have not been ratified. And there are examples of that also for ILO, as is well known. So some of the cases we still do not see the political will translated into actually ratifying. And I have to say that we have been trying to digest these various discussions that are going on, including the last expert group report, and it is not clear how a number of these data challenges are going to be addressed. I've spent the last few days reading the report, the so-called meta report on Goal 8. And believe me, ILO has done a great job in trying to bring out comments on all of the different indicators under Goal 8. But throughout, there's one comment, one observation that stands out, and that is not available. And then there's one place where there are even 224 countries in the world, but I'll leave that for a conversation with Mr. Ryder afterwards. But I would like to invite all of you, and that place where you can download this document is available from the internet. I would really strongly encourage everyone, please read this document carefully, because then it will become clear to you that I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that there are some severe difficulties in this area. And ILO is actually the only one that responded reasonably productively to this request. I shall not go through a number of things that can be put in place, policies that should be pursued in support of achieving the SDG agenda. That can easily be done from the wider website. But I do believe that it is time now to seriously discuss, are there some indicators that are key for which we genuinely have reasonable data? I've asked my staff over the last month, and they can't find that list. Is there some way in which we could come up with, from a statistical point of view, a bare-bone monitoring strategy which is solid? Can we somehow do that? Then I think we would be doing a service. Because we will have, in the coming years, to make a distinction between when we have hard data available and when we will have to rely on qualitative assessment and not necessarily general studies. And I think this is actually very, very important. I agree that accountability often goes together with measurability. I agree with that. But I also think it's very important to keep in mind that lack of data should not per se be used as an excuse not to do the right things. And I do worry right now of not sufficient attention being being paid to the fact of only 25% being available. Because what about the 75% which may well be the areas which are where the most difficult actions are going to be required, and where we do want to avoid misinformation, misrepresentation, and misunderstandings of creeping in when we are pushing for the right things. Chair, thank you for the word, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much. I think that shows also very, in a very concrete way, ahead of what kind of challenges we are here, definitely. Although I hope that during the discussion we will also have some positive views as well, not only worries, yes, but very important point. Then we go to the level of single company. Is it unfirst? Okay. Yeah, we go to the company now, because there has been a discussion about the role of business and whether there has to be a binding regulation, or does the business do anything voluntarily, and what is good business and what is not. Is sustainability a good business, and in which way the decent work is taken into account? And here we have Mr. Simo Honkanen from the Neste Oyj. Simo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this functioning? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers for organizing this event, because this decent work and social issues are an increasingly important agenda topic for every company which is operating in an international but also in domestic environment. It's very interesting to hear the academic comments and also the state's activities in this area. We have been participating in the dialogue quite a long time. If you wish, I would like to share you the view and thinking what the companies are having on these issues. Maybe something about the operational environment. So the operational environment is, if I compare with the period when I started my career some 30 years ago, 20 years ago, so the operational environment is very, very transparent. It's very speedy. The information is moving from one point to another. What happens in Southeast Asia, in North America, goes immediately in the public domain. And basically, this means that companies have to be much more proactive, reactive, and they have to have answers to different questions which are much, much more complicated than before. We made an exercise with our board on the request of our board on what are the sustainability drivers in the world which are affecting our business. And we came to the following conclusion. There are probably 4 agenda items which will stay on the topic list. First of all, low carbon energy system and climate change. Secondly, deforestation and the ecosystems. Thirdly, food question. Are we producing enough right kind of food, and what type of food we should use in the future? And finally, and not the final thing, but not the least one, is the social justice and labor rights and human rights. And we believe that every single company should have some kind of position and statement on this type of questions, whether they are operating locally or internationally. We have tried to understand our role in this context, and that's why our sustainability is based basically on two things. It's the climate and resource efficiency, because resources are not unlimited. We are consuming too much. We are using also too much hydrocarbons. Even though I'm coming from an oil refining company, we think in my company that we should do something about that consumption. And secondly, we should try to learn more on our sustainability supply chain and the sustainability involved. So these two items are now having kind of a basic themes for everything we are doing and how we are trying to understand our role in this very context case. Companies have a very sensitive role in some cases. If we think about the Raji principle, so the companies cannot take the role of a state in foreign countries or countries where they are operating as guests. So it's even our experience that you have to be very careful, you have to understand, you have to be soft. Not every society is functioning like Finland or Europe. Not every society has such a high degree of information and data, land banks, people, social security systems, and so on. And if a company is operating outside European context or Finnish context, you have to have an ability to learn and to see the issues and drivers behind the issues, and then you have to build up your own processes which improve and which are not definitely not making things worse, and which are improving the local livelihoods as well. But that's a very difficult area, because sometimes people are thinking that okay, companies have a role which they can't have actually. And I know that this is a difficult issue also in practical life for some companies in there. What should be there on the company's agenda? So companies, by definition, like to have a clarity in everything what they're doing. So measuring, acting, measuring again, making corrective actions, and showing the progress. So I think that companies should also try to develop their own KPIs, which probably in this context, or the topic which we are talking here now, the decent work, should be related to people and social justice. I'm not sure if all companies, I mean, if it's possible to expect that every international company has an answer to every 17 goals, because some goals are probably better for government, some goals are probably better for private sector, but also the NGOs and other stakeholders play a role there, and that makes the complexity with the SDGs, maybe, from the company's point of view. Our experience is that understanding work, social issues, environmental impacts can only be done through very, very dedicated, strong stakeholder engagement and discussion and debate with different groups in the societies where you are working, and then building up procedures in operations. So to sum it up, clarity, clear KPIs, clear expectations, understanding the role in the society, improving operations, and trying to prove what the positive impacts in the societies you are operating are. So those are the crucial things for companies inside Finland and inside domestic markets, but also outside domestic markets.
Thank you. Thank you, Simo. The reason why I left Anne to be the last speaker is, of course, the fact that I will leave the lady to give the last word, of course. So, Anne, the floor is now yours. We have touched upon the local and domestic issues, then the global and both international and national elements of this decent work challenge. They are both very familiar to you. So please, your insight into this question, Anne.
Thank you, Chair. It came to my mind the old saying that we've had in the trade union movement for decades, and that has been the same that has been in the global peace movement, that you need to think globally and act locally. And I think this goes with this agenda very well even today. What I'm going to touch upon is the fact that has been obvious here today, is that this is a universal and this is a rights-based agenda. We need to understand, as you were saying, that not any company can take up all these 17 goals and act upon them, but we need to see that they are interconnected. We need to understand the fact that was said also already here, that we need each part to work to be able to realize the agenda. So in that sense, we all need to understand the interconnections. The first thing, of course, when I am a trade unionist, is that the rights-based agenda starts with the right to work, with the right to have a job. We have too many people around the world without jobs, or who are forced to work in the unofficial economy and in appalling circumstances. So there is a lot to be done in many corners of the world. I just had a few months back an opportunity to go to Ghana, where it's really incomprehensible that only 2% of the young people get a formal job nowadays to be able to enter the social security system or to make any kind of a decent living. So we need to understand that even though the agenda is very, very universal and it touches upon every nation and every worker, we are in very different situations in different parts of the world. But still, I have to say that I don't see in the international trade union movement much of this discussion that has to do with the North and the South, or the developed or the underdeveloped countries. I see that we have recognized what needs to be done in general, and then in particular in different countries, and we're working together towards those. I don't see any competition in that sense. I see a lot of cooperation. I see a lot of understanding of the different circumstances. I looked upon some numbers that I remember that we were talking about in my own International Unions Congress a year and a half back in Cape Town, where we adopted this sort of a document, which is called Including You in a New World of Work. And this is in the internet if you're interested. I think this very well describes how the work is changing, how even the people will have to move, or the work will have to move, or how can we get more jobs for people who don't have them at the moment. And I think firstly, there was a calculation that if we had, even though I don't think the economical growth is the answer to everything, but if we would have 2% growth in investments each year for 5 years, only in 12 countries in the world, it would be possible to create 48 million new jobs. So only 2% plus investments in 12 countries. That is not a huge amount of investment. So there, I think the discussions that we've been having here in Finland also the last few weeks, where we're on the right track to talk about the need for investments. Then there is the question of equality that just has to be tackled, and I will conclude shortly. Just to talk about the equality between women and men. It's 66% of all the work done in the world that is done by women. 66% of all the work in the world is performed by women. They only get 10% of all the earnings in the world, and they own only 1% of the property in the world. So these numbers have to do with the equality between women and men. But I think in the labour market, in the trade union sector, we need to be more aware of the distribution of wealth in general also in the world to do our jobs properly. So we need to take that more and more into our agendas. So, solutions. I think the now already recognized thing that helps societies, helps nations, helps even countries and even enterprises and their revenues is an organized labor force. We see a very significant correlation between how well organized workforce we have in any country to how prosperous the country and its businesses are. So in that sense, it makes sense both for the nations and the governments and the businesses to recognize organized labor as a full partner. And one thing that I always find peculiar here in Finland, everywhere in the world, as we're talking about how could we describe decent work. Sometimes it feels that when we enter a workplace, we forget how to be human beings towards one another. I'm not just talking about how the bosses act or how the business is run, but altogether every person who is within the workplace somehow often forgets that we're still human beings when we enter the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. So these were very, very interesting points from the very different points of view. I would like to first go back to these objectives that we have set to ourselves. You mentioned, Finn, that there's a significant data gap or gap on the targets and the measures and the tools that we have to really follow up this. First, I would like to ask from you that what kind of ideas and path forward do you see now that we have agreed on these targets, and how do we then take steps forward in order to overcome this kind of a gap? And then there would be a joint question to you all, that taking all this into account, how realistic it actually is that we will accomplish this most important decency aspect, namely the right to have a job, as you mentioned, and that to have a decent job, the first step is that you have a job. And there we have a big challenges ahead of us. How realistic does it look like that we are capable of achieving them? But Finn, you may start.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by stressing, just so that I'm absolutely clear, that I am indeed very positive towards the SDGs. I hope that is clear, and at least I try to convey that very strongly. We are very proud of the SDGs at the UN, and we should be, because it is very important that the world community has come together to agree. When we then turn to concrete implementation, that is where I do see some problems, and we have now that agreement in the pocket, so now our attention should be changing to how to actually proceed. And it is here that I do see that there is a need for somehow focusing on which are the actual indicators that we are going to jointly try to monitor. And this is where I do not see the clarity coming out of the present process, and that's why I'm calling attention to this. There is a process going on. It's still going on. It hasn't converged yet. And when you read the documents, it's still rather messy. I mean, I've read these documents for many years, and I have a hard time understanding quite a number of them. So I would say that one very first step is to really try to get into the bare bones of what it is that we are going to try to monitor carefully with the numbers. And then in addition to that, make sure that that's not used as an excuse for no action. Because I don't want the non-existence of a number to be used as an excuse. I am an economist, but there are still things we perfectly well know should be done, even if we may not be able to come up with a precise estimate. We do have the wage gaps between men and women. We do have data on that, but we do not actually have data on income gaps between men and women. The income gap is probably bigger than the wage gap. So the fact that I cannot come up with an estimate that can be monitored as an actual piece of data, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't act. So what I'm trying to say is, let's try to cut in to the core elements of the data we are actually going to use, and then let's be very clear when we do not have data, but where we actually know which are the right actions. If we can put that together in concrete action plans where we speak plain language so we know what we're talking about, that would be, as far as I'm concerned, a very important step forward. And that language is not there yet. I hesitate to speak about realistic. The SDGs are ambitional. They're ambitions, and they are right ambitions. Can I put my hand on the hot plate or whatever we try to say and say that in 2030 no one will be left behind? I've studied Vietnam for now more than 15 years, and Vietnam has been an extremely successful economic growth and transformation process. In Vietnam, we do have the data actually, because I started, with the support of some donors, a panel data survey of households in Vietnam that has been repeated every 2 years since 2002. Do you know what that data shows? That in Vietnam, which has been more successful in poverty reduction than any other country in the world, 20% are more than 20% worse off after 15, 16 years of what everybody would agree is a highly successful growth and transformation process. So I hope this can be left as my answer, but this does not mean that the ambition should not be there.
I can only confirm from the Finnish administration that although this is a very well-developed country in many regards, but we also faced, every now and then we face a situation where we actually cannot monitor because we do not have a data, even in this country where you follow almost everything. So it is certainly a challenge globally. But Simo.
Well, I'm an optimist. I'm an optimistic person, so I think that we can make a great progress there, and I believe that the enterprises and companies have a very big role in fragile societies to make progress together with other stakeholders. And I can share you a story. 2013, we were not too aware about the social issues and the human rights. We thought that there were some issues around, but then we had discussions with Finnwatch, and they published a report which showed us that actually the salaries and labor rights were not completely in order in those places which they visited. Since then, we have been having a massive engagement work in Southeast Asian countries with authorities, governmental organizations, NGOs, enterprises, and even labor unions. And I believe that through this type of activities, you can make a change happening there. And this is a trend. I think that enterprises are expected to act a little bit more than earlier, and also the legislations are covering wider areas than before. And that's why I think that it may be a little bit easier for companies, because we don't look at the macro level data. We act, we measure our own supply chain, we act again. And finally, I can also tell you that this year we really realized that this is not a question of a certain region only. It's basically a question on how you see the people and how and in which role the people are in the operations, and that's why we are conducting a global human rights assessment in every single operation and unit which we are operating. And that's creating measurable data for our purpose, but not on the macro level.
So the change is easier to do on the grassroots level sometimes than in the meta level.
It's much more easier in the smaller scale.
Yes. And you mentioned about the world and the work. They are both changing all the time. So from taking this also into account, how do you see the realism on this challenge?
Well, I have to say that one good bad example of the companies working at the grassroots level is the Bangladesh Accord. When in Bangladesh the Rana Plaza accident happened, but it has brought together hundreds of companies who have all around the world. They have now committed to improving the whole textile industry in the country through this legislation, and now there are over 1,600 factories that have been checked for their fire safety anyway, and more. So that is one example also of the responsible way of working that we as international organizations can help organize. And this is there we have been hugely involved, especially with my organization, Global Union, and Industry All, which is the equivalent to that from the industrial side of unions. And we've been working together with the ILO and the ITUC and all different organizations. So that has been a success. It's of course a tragedy that such an accident needed to happen,
before we found a way of doing this. When you asked if we think that it's realistic to be hopeful that everybody would have a job in some perspective, I have to say that of course you need to be optimistic. How realistic? That's another question. I do believe that, for example, if we take our own country, Finland now, as we've been talking so much about employment this last year, especially, I think we need growth. That is obvious, that we need growth to make more jobs. But not any jobs, because I don't think that would be good for Finland, that we have any jobs. We need productive jobs, high-quality jobs. We need to find more companies, or make the current companies make right things right to be more productive. We need to have a quality research and education in order to get new innovations, and in that sense to get more jobs. So not any one particular thing, of course, as we all agree, I'm sure, will lead to new jobs. But I'm optimistic that it's possible. This government's goal when it comes to employment rate is very, very ambitious. I was just this morning in a place where somebody said that it's almost impossible, but maybe doable if we succeed very well.
During this afternoon seminar, there's been lots of discussion on the huge variation that we do have around the world, relating to the access to data, or variation on how big percentage of people really can have a job, variation on can you really live on your salary, and variation on practically everything. Now, how do we bring all these variations to the same table and then find some common concrete solutions? And is there in theory even a risk that if we are trying to achieve a common level, that those ones who are higher now have to be down? Or can we solve it in such a way that this will not happen? And you have a vast international experience. How do you, in that work, solve and find solutions to these issues of variation?
I love to be optimistic, but always you can't. We've seen the race to the bottom, unfortunately, in the labour market. We've seen that if somebody makes it cheaper, if somebody makes it if somebody just finds a better way to make money, there always is such countries and such companies. Not all of them, of course, but there are. And very easily, when the world is so competitive, there is a risk that it becomes the race to the bottom. But I also see that there is hope. And from the trade union point of view, I think the hope is to get people to organize. That is the main thing at the moment in the trade union movement. The workers need to have a voice. They need to understand what's going on in the different parts of the world. What are their rights? They need to have a right to negotiate, and they need to have collective agreements more and more. And this is not the case in very many parts of the world. So in that sense, I see that it's possible, but we need to be very cautious. And we in the trade unions, we need to protect those companies that are acting right. We need to cooperate with those companies that are treating their people right. And we need to distribute that message around and show that they are also the companies that are making best revenues.
Simo, is Neste one of these companies who are acting right? Well, and you also face this variation in your everyday work. So how do you cope with it?
I think to answer your first question, I'm not in a position to give the answer. So the answer is...
The state is a big owner to Neste, for your information.
I think it's even... it's even wider, maybe, group of stakeholders than state only. However, I think, I mean, I find it very interesting, Annie is talking about important issue. In our case, we realize that it is very, very much more complicated than monthly salary, because if you're talking about permanent workers, or if you're talking about migrant workers, or if you're talking about what, and migrant workers is not something which is only happening in Southeast Asia or South America. It's also a question for Europe. And that's why we underline that we have to, all enterprises should have to aim to know more about their supply chain, understand more who is doing the work, how the people are hired, and are they permanent people, or are they just hired for a couple of weeks and then out, and this type of things. And that's a big task for a company like us. And I underline that it's not only Southeast Asia or a certain region. The thing is, in many times, that are the people, do they know what they are committing to when they are coming to the company? Do they have a contract? Is the payments done properly according to the contract? Is there legislation locally in a country which they should pay for the workers? And surprisingly, many countries have a legislation in place. So this type of questions the companies have to deal nowadays. And we find many times, I mean, it's not companies against state or companies against companies or companies against something. It's also cultural things, like if there has been a structure for 150 years, it's not easy to change. But if somebody comes and says that our customers in Europe or United States or Finland ask, and we want to be sure that you're acting properly according to the local laws and in our ethics. That's the way. But it's not. It's a complex issue.
Finn, how does this discussion sound to your ears?
I think the discussion is a very important one. I think it's very important to remember that it is for national governments to take over responsibility for what happens in their respective countries. So I think when you look around the world, most of the governments that I know, they actually do have a sincere wish to do good for their people. I think occasionally when you read the press and elsewhere, you can sort of get the impression that government officials tend to be bad and corrupt and do nothing good. I think that's wrong. Are there such cases? Absolutely, there are such cases. But it is for national governments to take a strong responsibility for implementing the SDGs. So following from that, doing the right things in different countries will be different, depending on where they are, according to a variety of indicators. So for one, I don't think, for example, to take a rich country, that it was the right thing for the Danish government to, shortly after having approved or voted for the SDGs, including the chair of the session where it was agreed, turned around and said, this doesn't go for us. I do not think that it's in that line that you would say that you don't need to establish in your country how many are poor. I think that's a wrong decision. I think that's not in accordance with the SDGs. That goes for a rich country. So there are clearly things that a rich country can do which are clearly not in accordance with what we have agreed in the SDGs. So we need to keep ambitions up, and that's what civil society should hold governments to account for. Are there cases in poorer countries where you may see a race to the bottom? Well, in most of those cases, they are already at the bottom. They need to be brought up, and therefore they need to be supported. So I think what's very important to stress in this, and having listened to this, I think that the responsibility of the international community to act is an inherent element of this, and that's part of preventing that race to the bottom starts. This goes for the international civil society, but it also goes for the solidarity among nations which are under pressure in terms of transfers of aid and other resources. That's an area to work on. What we have tried from the wider side, for example, is exactly to dig into and show what you can say about foreign aid as a countermeasure to a lot of the negative. So I think there are things you can do. And then it is important to remember throughout that a decent job in Mozambique is not the same as a decent job in Finland. I mean, we're not there yet. That should be the overall ambition. But I'm not so much afraid that Finnish workers are going to, how can you say, be looking at the Mozambican level as irrelevant. I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about is those cases where national governments are not living up to their commitments and the international community not living up to its commitment to the poorest in this world.
Thank you. I think this is now an excellent stage to open the floor to the audience, so you. And actually, we agreed in the beginning that the main language of this session would be Finnish, but I totally forgot. But I noticed that the panelists are completely comfortable with English, but I will now jump into Finnish for the public discussion. No niin, eli nyt avataan keskustelua yleisölle. Janne on luvannut auttaa vähän yleisöpuheenvuorojen jakamisessa ja vaihdetaan samalla pääkieli sitten tähän meille useimmille tutumpaan. Janne
No
sieltä
niin,
jakaa.
juuri näin. Jos mä annan täältä Jussille ensimmäisen puheenvuoron ja sitten tänne eturiviin.
Kiitos, eli suomeksi. Joo, Jussi Kanner Kehys ry:stä. Haluaisin mennä takaisin siihen, mistä presidentti Halonen mainitsi hyvin varhaisessa vaiheessa, eli poliittiseen tahtoon. Oli tosi hienoa kuulla Paula Lehtomäeltä näistä Suomen askelista, mitä ollaan ottamassa. Se osoittaa nimenomaan sitä poliittista tahtotilaa. Suomessa halutaan viedä kestävää kehitystä eteenpäin ja se todella ansaitsee kiitosta myöskin kansalaisyhteiskunnalta. Mutta siihen, millä tavalla Suomi voi toimeenpanna Agenda 2030, millä tavalla nämä tavoitteet voidaan saavuttaa, vaikuttaa totta kai paljon myös se, mitä EU tekee, mitä Euroopan unioni tekee. Jos puhutaan nyt esimerkiksi säällisestä työstä, ihmisarvoisesta työstä, on pakko ajatella sitä, minkälaista kauppapolitiikkaa esimerkiksi EU harjoittaa, minkälaiset vaikutukset EUn tällä hetkellä neuvottelemilla kauppasopimuksilla on sekä globaalisti kehitysmaissa että myöskin Euroopassa. Se, mikä on huolestuttavaa tällä hetkellä, on se, että EUlla ei ole samanlaisia suunnitelmia laatia tämmöistä kokonaisvaltaista toimeenpanosuunnitelmaa niin kuin Suomella. Siellä puhutaan hirveästi siitä, että EU on kriisissä, on Brexittiä, on maahanmuuttajatilannetta ja muuta, ja halutaan vaan niin kuin kääntää katse sisäänpäin, keskittyä siihen, mitä nyt tapahtuu, ja unohtaa tämmöiset pitkän ajan ongelmat ja ratkaisut, niin kuin kestävä kehitys. Valitettavasti tilanne tietysti on se, että näitä kriisejä tulee jatkuvasti lisää siihen asti, kunnes me päästään todella toteuttaa tätä Agenda 2030. Ja tähän liittyen oikeastaan mä haluaisin kysyäkin valtiosihteeri Lehtomäeltä siitä, että eikö olisi Suomen edun mukaista myöskin, että Eurooppa-neuvosto pyytäisi Euroopan komissiota laatimaan tämmöisen kokonaisvaltaisen strategian EUlle, joka kattaisi sekä ulko- että sisäpolitiikat, jotta päästäisiin näistä siiloista eroon, mistä puhuttiin aikaisemmin. Ja tästä tietysti seuraava tilaisuus tulee jo 2 viikon päästä. Voisiko Suomi nostaa tämän asian pöydälle Eurooppa-neuvostossa, että EUkin voisi palata siihen, missä viime vuonna oltiin, kun EU näytti poliittista johtajuutta maailmassa agendan aikaansaamiseksi. Kiitos.
Kiitos. Otetaan taas tähän 3 puheenvuoroa, eli täällä eturivissä Tarja Halonen seuraava.
Älkää tehkö liikaa puutarhatöitä. Not too much gardening. Mun kysymykseni, ensimmäinen kysymys meni ihan tonne. Nimittäin me koetettiin kyllä tähänkin seminaariin saada komissiosta joku edustaja, joka olisi puhunut tästä, tietäen kyllä, että Euroopan unioni tekee nyt valmisteluja, mutta me emme onnistuneet saamaan, eli tässäkin mielessä niin olisi ihan hyvä. Mutta sitten se toinen kysymys olisi tuonne liike-elämän puolelle. Me tiedämme, että esimerkiksi pyrittiin tekemään tämmöisiä ympäristöystävällisiä autoja. Ja sitten me huomattiin, että ne ei nyt ihan olleetkaan niin kuin fair play nämä autotehtaiden mittaukset. Optimistina koitin sanoa, että autotehtaat olivat huomanneet, että tämä on hyvä asia, tämä pitää tehdä. Että sehän on hieno juttu. Se huono asia oli se, että he eivät tehneet sitä ihan rehellisesti. Voisiko ajatella niin, että sektoriaalisesti, tai onko se jo olemassa, että eri sektoreissa tällaiset kestävän kehitykseen sitoutuneet yritykset tekisivät Euroopan laajuisia tai globaaleja yrityksiä sanoa, että mitkä on ne asiat, mihin tämä kulloinenkin sektori sitten haluaa kiinnittää huomiota voidakseen saada aikaan tai edistääkseen kestävää kehitystä. Nyt esimerkiksi vaikkapa energiasektori.
Kiitos, ja otetaan vielä Pertti Majanen sieltä tähän ensimmäiseen sessioon.
Hienosta keskustelusta ja inspiraatiosta. Mä olen viime aikoina puhunut oikeastaan vain yhdestä asiasta implementaation toimeenpanon lisäksi, ja se on kaikista monivaikutteisin ja laajin vaikutukseltaan vallankumouksellinen tuossa kestävän kehityksen agendalla, ja se on tietysti muuttaa yksityiset rahoitusvirrat tukemaan kestävää kehitystä, jossa meillä on valtavan suuri aukko. Mä mietin tuossa jotenkin uudestaan ihan toisella tavalla decent work-asiaa. Varmaan moni ei ole ajatellut, tai jos on, niin hieno juttu sitä, että säällinen työ myöskin voisi merkitä sitä, että se työpaikka on sellainen, että sen lopputuote on kestävää kehitystä edistävä. Jos ihminen, joka on ollut työttömänä pitkään tai vuosia, niin se ei varmaan, kun se menee työpaikkahaastatteluun, niin ensimmäisenä kysyy, että mikäs tämän yrityksen työn kokonaisvaikutus on. Mä en ota hommia, jos ei tällä ole kestäviä kehitysvaikutuksia. Se on aika luonnollista. Mutta me voidaan kysyä, ja mä haluan kysyä tätä kaikilta teiltä siellä podiumilla istuvilta, että mitä te olette tekemässä tämän asian hyväksi, että miten nämä yksityiset rahoitusvirrat kääntyy kestävää kehitystä tukevaksi. Hyvin tuore australialainen tutkimus sanoi, että noin 20% kaikista pääomansiirroista tässä maailmassa edistää kestävää kehitystä. Ja muutamaa vuotta aikaisemmin UNEPin tutkimuksessa todettiin, että 7% kaikista ulkomaisista varainsiirroista kehitysmaihin on kestävää ympäristöä tukevia. Eli tässä on vähän niin kuin niistä sandaaleista kysymys, joita yksi yritys vei tuonne paikkaan, jossa ihmisillä 50% ei ollut kenkiä. Eli tarjoaako se loistavia mahdollisuuksia, että 93% ei ole kestävää kehitystä tukevaa näistä rahoitusvirroista, vai onko se epätoivoinen tilanne, mistä sitä ei kannata? Mä olen sitä mieltä, että tätä asiaa kannattaa nyt lähteä hyödyntämään ja lähteä yksityisen ja julkisen sektorin kanssa sellaiseen dialogiin, joka luo ymmärrystä siihen tuolle yritysten roolille ja sille, että yritykset ja julkinen sektori voi tehdä hyvää yhteistyötä sen hyväksi, että tuommoinen käänne rahoitusvirrassa tapahtuu. Se edellyttää hyvää yhteistyötä, uudenlaisia kumppanuuksia, tukea valtiolta yrityksille mahdollisesti, ja myöskin se edellyttää viisasta sääntelyä. Minkälaisia toimia teidän toimialueella tapahtuu tämän suuren asian osalta, joka on minun mielestä suurin haaste, mitä meillä on?
Kysymyksen esittäjä on muuten Kepan hallituksen puheenjohtaja.
Mä luulisin, että aikataulukysymyksen vuoksi otetaan loput kysymykset tässä vaiheessa ja sitten otetaan kierros vastauksia. Eli kädet ylös, ketkä vielä halusivat esittää kysymyksen. Aloitetaan sieltä takarivistä. Onko Eila?
Nimeni on Eila Nevalainen. Ajattelin tällaisen hyvin työehtoihin sisältyvän tämmöisen tiedotussopimuksen hengessä ja avoimuuden hengessä kertoa tähän Jussin puheenvuoroon viitaten, että Euroopan komission verkkosivulla on avattu julkinen konsultaatio Agenda 2030, että siihen on hyvä vaikuttaa. Konsultaatio päättyy elokuussa ja sen jälkeen komissio jossakin vaiheessa tekee ehdotuksensa. Kiitos.
Ja sitten Sonja Vartiala ja sitten siirrytään vastauksiin.
Joo, täällä on puhuttu paljon monitoroinnista ja haluaisin mennä siihen konkretiaan, että nyt tällä hetkellähän yritykset pyrkii varmistamaan näiden työelämäoikeuksien toteutumisen pääasiassa erilaisten auditointi- ja sertifiointijärjestelmien kautta, ja siitä on tullut miljardibisnestä, ja me juuri julkaistiin raportti, jossa vertailin 16 erilaista tällaista, ja tulokset on aika karuja, eli työntekijöiden ääni ei kuulu, ja esimerkiksi tässä Nesteen tapauksessa, niin Nesteellähän on 100% sertifioitua tämä palmuöljy, mutta silti työntekijöiden oloja ei ollut siellä huomioitu. Ja oikeastaan heittäisin tässä kohtaa palloa ammattiyhdistysliikkeelle, eli millä tavalla ammattiyhdistysliike voisi varmistaa, että yritysten kanssa tehtäisiin yhteistyötä niissä työkaluissa, mitä tällä hetkellä on käytössä näiden decent work-agenda-kysymysten edistämiseen.
Kiitoksia. Ja nyt paneelille, kuka haluaa ottaa ensimmäisen puheenvuoron?
Mä voin varmaan ensimmäisenä kommentoida tuota Eurooppa-ulottuvuutta, että Euroopan unionissa on sama haaste kuin mitä monilla meillä muillakin arkipäivässä, että yhtäältä pitäisi tätä määrätietoista omaa agendaa ja sitä niin kuin suunnitelmallista toimintaa viedä eteenpäin. Sitten toisaalta koko ajan pulpahtelee uusia tulipaloja, jotka vaatii välitöntä sammutusta, mutta että ei saa antaa sen tasapainon horjahtaa niin kuin liikaa sinne ad hoc tulipalojen puolelle. Ja ehkä toinen semmoinen haaste Euroopan unionin tasolla on myös ollut se, että meillä on vähän sitä pyrkimystä, että kun meille syntyy uusi ongelma, niin tehdään direktiivi, niin eiköhän se sillä ratkia. Ja nyt Agenda 2030 ei voi tietenkään direktiivillä toimeenpanna. Niin täytyy nyt sitten katsoa, että tämän konsultaationkin perusteella, että millä tavalla voidaan vaikuttaa siihen, että se ensinnäkin konsultaation tulokset otetaan huomioon ja että siihenkin saadaan siihen toimeenpanon jämäkkyyttä, koska meistä näkee Majasen kanssa, että me ollaan oltu joskus yhteisissä hommissa, kun me ollaan molemmat niin kiinnytty tähän toimeenpanopuoleen, mutta se on todella merkittävä haaste kotimaisesti ja EU-tasolla. Epäilen, että 2 viikon päähän Eurooppa-neuvosto ei enää agendalle paljon uusia haasteita. Siellä saattaa olla, että keskustelu pyörii Britannian äänestyksen ympärillä riippuen tietenkin, mikä sen tulos on, mutta se on hyvä ja tärkeä asia niin kuin katsottavaksi. Ja sitten tästä yksityisistä rahoitusvirroista, niin siitähän meillä oli tänään iltapäivällä, tai tässä on pulpahellut koko ajan esille tämä, että kyllä niin kuin tavallisen ihmisen rooli, vaikka ei hallitusten roolia voi ulkoistaa, mutta tavallisen kuluttajan ja ihmisen rooli on koko ajan kasvava, että ihan niin kuin Simokin tuossa sanoi, että toimintaympäristö on hyvin läpinäkyvä ja paha kello kilkattaa nopeasti ja kauas. Että kyllä se on tehokas väline myöskin näiden säällisten toimintatapojen edistämisessä ja voi olla usein paljon nopeampi väline kuin mikään kansainvälinen neuvottelu tai yhteisten sääntöjen sopiminen, että niin kuin erittäin hyödyllinen tukemaan tätä yhteistä tavoitetta.
Joo, saanko jatkaa tähän Paula Lehtomäen kommenttiin ensin tästä, että miten tavallaan tämä raha vaikuttaa. Meillä on ollut tapana osallistua 2 kertaa vuodessa, ehkä 3 kertaa vuodessa vastuullisen sijoittamisen sijoittajatapahtumiin. Ja näitä on ollut usein, tai aikaisemmin harvakseltaan, mutta tässä 2 viime vuoden aikana niitä on tullut paljon lisää. Ja erityisesti nyt Pariisista on muodostunut tämän alueen keskus Euroopassa, koska Ranskassa on sellainen laki, että kaikkien sijoittajien täytyy raportoida sijoitussalkkujensa hiilitase. Ja tämä on erittäin voimakas väline, koska nyt tämän 2 vuoden aikana me nähdään selvästi, kuinka strukturoidusti sijoittajat, jotka hallinnoi satojen miljoonien, jopa miljardien eurojen sijoitussalkkuja, alkaa löytää välineitä, joilla ne analysoi yhtiöitä, jotka toimii energia-alalla. Ja olin viime perjantaina tämmöisessä ja tilanne vuoden aikaiseen samaan tapahtumaan on aivan huikea. Et money talks, niin kuin sanotaan. Ja nyt koko tässä hiilikysymyksessä, niin palaan tähän presidentti Halosen kysymykseen, niin yritysmaailmahan ei periaatteessa aplodeeraa, kun tulee regulaatiota, mutta kyllä tuntuu sille, että ei näitä hiiliasioita saada kuntoon, ellei ole järkevää oikeaa regulaatiota. Ja sanoisin, että tämä on niin kuin muut, ja tarvitaan niin kuin järkevää ylimenokauden asiaa ja sektoraalisia asioita. Esimerkiksi Euroopan energiateollisuus vie eteenpäin tällä hetkellä. Meillä on maailman kaikkein voimakkain lainsäädäntö, jossa on sisällytettynä myöskin sosiaalisia asioita. Ja ihan yksi lause vielä siitä, anteeksi, käytän tässä vähän aikaa, mutta meillä nähtiin, että viime vuoden aikana tuli 2 tärkeää virstanpylvästä. Toinen oli Pariisin sopimus marraskuussa ja toinen oli nämä 17 vastuullisuustavoitetta. Ja nehän on linkitetty toisiinsa. Pariisin sopimuksessa on 3 kohtaa muistaakseni viittaus sosiaalisiin asioihin ja Pariisin sopimushan ei oikeastaan määrittänyt tavoitetta, vaan se määritti prosessin ja siinä on nyt 176 maata taustalla. Et meillä täytyy olla vähän niin kuin tämmöisiä kärsivällisiä. Uskon, että ne tulee. Ja yksityinen sektori on tässä kyllä aivan avainasemassa.
Kiitos. Joo, tässä me voidaan hyvin nyt säästää toisiamme, koska mä olin kirjoittanut, että sääntelyä sopivasti. Sopivasti. Niin, sitten se voi olla vähän vaikeampi steppi, kun ruvetaan puhua, että mikä on sopivaa ja tarpeeksi tai riittävää. Mutta just näin, kyllä se välttämätöntä näissä asioissa on siis ainakin nimenomaan, niin kuin itse sanoit, niin siinä niin kuin alkuvaiheessa, että se sysäys lähtee ja siitä tulee toimintatapa ja näin. Voi olla, että sitten ajan yli voidaan jopa sitten niin kuin vähentääkin sitä, mutta jotta nekin, jotka ei ole niin innokkaita tästä, jotka eivät näe siinä bisnesmahdollisuutta tai tällaista erottautumistekijää, niin saadaan ikään kuin mukaan. Et siinä mielessä mä olen siitä samaa mieltä. AY-liikkeessä on nyt muutama vuosi, niin kuin mä tunnistaisin, että sellainen muutos vähän tapahtunut tässä kestävän kehityksen työpaikkakeskustelussa, että aikaisemmin puhuttiin vihreistä työpaikoista, puhuttiin green jobs. Nyt on vähän aikaa puhuttu, että niiden kaikkien työpaikkojen pitäisi olla vihreitä. Että ei vaan luoda erikseen tällaista ympäristöystävällistä niin kuin työpaikkaverkostoa ja koiteta saada sinne niin kuin hommia aikaiseksi, vaan pitää katsoa kaikkia työpaikkoja nimenomaan sen sihdin läpi, että ne ovat kestäviä ja ympäristöystävällisiä ja siis muullakin tavalla niin kestäviä. Mitä sitten tässä auditointipuolessa, mistä Sonja puhui, niin mä olen siitä samaa mieltä, että meillä on, tämä lähti vähän lapasesti jossain vaiheessa, kun kaikki alkoi olla sitä mieltä, että jotenkin pitää todistaa, että meidänkin firma pitää näistä huolta ja me katsotaan, kiinnitetään huomioon näihin asioihin, niin sinne löytyi tällainen business opportunity tälle tietylle porukalle, jotka ryhtyi sitten näitä ohjelmia värkkäämään, ja niitähän on ihan hirveästi erilaisia ensinnäkin. En mä tiedä, Suomessakin toimivissa yrityksissä, niin niitä on varmaan, ollaan 10 erilaisissa ohjelmissa mukana. Ja edes niin kuin meidän pystyy tunnistamaan tästä työelämän näkökulmasta, niin kuin, että voisiko niitä verrata jotenkin keskenään, tai mitä voisi pitää niin kuin, milläkin tavalla luotettavana, on ihan niin kuin mahdoton tehtävä. Joten varmaan siinä jotain tarvitsisi tehdä. Joissakin niissä isoimmissa on tietääkseni, on ainakin ollut, nyt on ihan varma tämän hetken tilanteesta, Kai saattaa tietääkin, tai Katja, niin on ollut mukana kansainvälisen AY-liikkeen ihmisiä niissä hallinnoissa. Mutta se on ollut aika epätavallista. Ja sitä kautta se vaikuttamisen mahdollisuus ei tietysti ole kovin syvällinen. Mutta se, mikä on nyt ihan baby-steppejä, joita on joissakin maissa tehty, on sitä, että ammattiyhdistysliike vaihtaa tietoja sijoittajien kanssa. Ja nimenomaan tämä Money Talks-ajatus, että meillä on sellaista informaatiota, joka kiinnostaa vastuullista sijoittajaa, joka kiinnostaa siis siinä mielessä, että kuinka siellä kohdellaan se väki ja onko sieltä tulossa jotain ylimääräistä riskiä, jotain tietoa ehkä sijoittajalla tai edes heidän niin kuin sijoituskumppanillaan, pankilla tai jollakin investointiporukalla ei ole, heillä ei ole pääsyä sellaiseen tietoon. Meillä olisi. Ja sitä kautta ikään kuin voisi ajatella, että voisi tulla vähän tämmöinen uuden tyyppinen tulo sitten siihen, että miten tällainen tiedevaihto, joka niin kuin aidosti tässä riskimielessä hyödyttäisi molempia. Se on aika vaikeaa, koska siellä on tietysti paljon salassa pidettäviä asioita ja näin, mutta tietyllä tasolla niin mä uskon, että tästä voisi löytyä joku vähän uudenlainen tulokulma tähänkin asiaan.
Kiitoksia. So, Mr. Tarp, do you think you would like to answer some of these issues and then...
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Let me begin by saying that I always speak Finn-ish. Whatever language I speak. Let me first of all say on trade policy. One of the indicators under Goal 8 is actually aid for trade support. That is one of the areas where we can indeed say that we do have data and that should be monitored. So this would exactly be one of the areas which I would pinpoint that this is a very important area where one can do very concrete things in civil society and more generally to follow this area. And it is indeed a critical area because we do know that while public and private aid can have a return and does have a return, at the end of the day, countries have to develop their own exports as part of the development process. So it is very clear that that's an important area. May I say that, just on the energy side, that, and it goes a little bit together with the financial flows. I generally think about private companies as being full of clever people. They're clever. They're very clever. But don't expect that they will do the public sector job. So there needs to be in place incentives, regulations, and guides that will help generate these reactions from the private sector that we wish to see. And when they are sensible, then private agents will respond. They're doing that in the energy sector, in places where there are the right environments, where private companies can see future profits, and where they are asked to do certain things. Then they will respond. Now, I can give you one small footnote why I think that is typical. Take Vietnam, right? I spoke about the growth process we have seen there. A very important part of that growth process have been foreign direct investments. Now, this has not been a success of the free market. In fact, why foreign companies have gone to Vietnam is because proper, sensible, smart regulations was put in place for companies for some time to have very good profits from doing that. So the import substituting industries that we've seen developed in Vietnam have very much been there because Vietnam took the right policies and put those in place. Now, the same can be done in the energy side. One of the things that at wider what we have been looking into is the issue of income from taxation of multinational companies. This has been a murky area because at Addis this was a very contentious point between developing and developed countries. We can actually now show with a study of 300 company transactions that who are actually losing here. It is indeed the poorer countries that are losing. So while I have the deepest respect for private companies and people who work there, it's also important that we do not have illusions about that the private sector is there to gain money for the stakeholders or themselves. But how to make that work together is the big trick, and this is said in full respect, but I mean that study was a lesson for me that we must not have illusions about what companies do when they're not controlled and don't have the right incentives. May I finally say that on the energy, it is incredibly important that the energy transition and the energy supply side of things get done right. It is a well-established fact that one of the key business constraints in Africa for starting up businesses, for growing businesses, is unreliable, non-absent energy supplies. It's also a key constraint of children to learn to read and write. But still, we do not see the strong development of solar and hydropower energy that should be there. This will require massive investments. Are we ready to support those? And then finally, green development for a small peasant farmer in Africa is not to be told that he or she cannot use fertilizer. This has been argued in quite a number of cases, and we need to keep that in mind. Livelihoods are also important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the panel. I think now it's time to move on. And I will give the floor to President of SAK, Jarkko Eloranta, who now has the easy task to conclude this discussion.
Thank you, Janne. Madam President, Director General, panelists. Thank you for this very interesting and very large discussion, which really opens the idea that how much we are dealing with when we are talking about the social SDGs and, of course, the decent work. And some remarks, even though the watch is running, the clock is running already. The one thing came into my mind that there was a discussion about the carbon balance sheet for the investors, is the question that whether we should also have a social balance sheet. That what kind of balance does the corporations have when we are talking about the labor rights, the working conditions, and issues like that. And at the same time, I think we need to, in a way, broaden the discussion when it comes to the decent work. That how we define it and how we monitor it. And as we here discussed, that it is very important to understand that private companies cannot take the place of public sector and public services. I think that one discussion which we need to have is also the transparency of the companies, that how they open up their information, how they open up their supply chains, so that the public and the purchaser really understand that what is going on inside those corporations in their supply chains, and how these can be monitored. And that's also a very good question for the trade unions, that how they will be involved in that discussions. And I must be old because I remember that 10 years ago we quite a lot discussed about these things, that how we are involved in supply chains, and how we can work together with the companies for them to monitor their supply chains. For example, to Finnish retail companies and who are producing their products in Cambodia or in other Southeast Asian countries, that how they can monitor and develop their supply chains so that we have decent work and the social conditions in place. It was very interesting to hear from FinTab he's saying that these SDGs and all the documents and what concerns about it and is around it is actually very complicated, and it's something which we have to still develop and discuss much more. Because I was really also reading through these papers, and it appeared to me that it is actually very complicated and complex issue, and if we really want the citizens and shareholders come together and discuss about these issues and actually see what is their role in making of these things, it should be much more simpler. It should be much more in a language that everybody understands. That what is my role? What can I do in my little own life in this? Or what is our organization's role? Or what is our corporation's or enterprise role in making this become true? So that is also very important to understand that this really is something which we have to do here in Finland, and it was good to hear that the Finnish government is actually announcing its action plan at the end of this year, and hopefully this is also starts the discussion here in Finland, that what can we do here in Finland and what is our role in European Union and what is our role in a global institutions and a global arena. And I'm quite sure the trade union movement, all trade union confederations and unions, and especially SASK, are very much involved and interested to be in part of these discussions, and hopefully we can find a good role and a good way how we can integrate this work into our work. And of course, the matter of decent work is also important here in Finland, even though we were discussing that it is a little bit different, for example, in African countries or in Asian countries than it is here in Finland. But we also have to realize that there is some tendencies or some developments here in Finland which are not going to the right direction. So we have to do things also here in Finland, since we have these issues like Minister Lindström says, the zero contracts, we have the part-time workers, we have more and more self-employed people who are falling outside of the social security system. We need to develop new kind of unemployment dole systems and so on. So even though we have quite many things which are quite good here in Finland, we still have things and we have developments which we have to be aware of, and we have to also find solutions for that. And in that sense, it is very good that we also have this national action plan, that we can have a conversation and discussion concerning that. But thank you for the panel and for the very active discussion.
Yes, thank you, Jarkko. I think it's time for the closing words. Maybe we take the closing words first, and then after that, there seems to be something. Okay. Yeah.
Now you can choose. This is me sitting. So I turn back to English just in order to little bit save the time. So thank you very much for all the members of the panel and Paula Lehtomäki, and thank you very much Jarkko Eloranta also for your speech. So one thing what I think that has been very great, we are very professional people being in different kind of the seminars, I think here, and this is by the invitation, this seminar. But have you ever seen that we have Mr. Ryder, the Director General of the ILO, we have the new leadership of the SASK, and we have all those people the whole bloody afternoon. So that's something, really. They really take this very seriously, and that's very fine. And I think that the discussion has been very frank, very fruitful. Of course, we are lacking the time and quite soon also lacking the air here. But I think that we have the feeling that we have a lot to digest now to move forward. And so we have, of course, also the key is how we implement all the good ideas that we have had and the goals we have set. And I see also that indicators, I take it to my mind when I will spend some time in Austria this summer. And I do hope so that at least we will get some kind of the indicators passed already during the summer, because that's still in the process. So one purpose of this seminar was to bring the SDG agenda closer to the work of the and the work of the labor organizations together. The decent work in ILO at the local, national, all levels to do together. And I want very briefly say that has been much more what we dreamed about, at least those who have been organizing this. And of course, the last step is, of course, that this should be also, we should also bring this atmosphere of the hope and activity to reach the sub-stewards and all members, men and women of our unions, because those in the working places are really the key. We will, like Janne has also said, a booklet of this seminar will be published in Finnish and in English. It's one book with the two languages. You just turn around and then you will get them either in Finnish or in English. And it will, we hope so that we can do this ready in next autumn after the summer break. And we hope that it will be useful and spread the ideas that we have emerged all together here now for the wider audience. And I will very warmly also thank SASK and you, Janne, and all the other persons that you have worked so well together with our small foundation. And I will say that you will have a great summer, I hope so, but after the summer, let's see again. And all the best also for the government and all the others who are now in this first part of the monitoring of SDGs during when it will be in Finland. We are among the first ones now to do the monitoring.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, but so we hope so that we will say in September we will say that well done, Paula, but now we go further.
We
Okay.
the first assessment during this month already.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So, but we will see in the next autumn again. Okay, promised. Thank you very much. Great hug.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to give my final thanks to the audience. You have been excellent, and as Tarja Halonen already said, that regardless of the lack of the air and the conditions maybe were not the most perfect, but thank you very much. Thank you also for the audience and the participants through Twitter, and of course thank you from my side also to all the panelists and everybody who took part in this seminar. Thank you. Kiitoksia. Tämä oli oikein hieno.